Hello everyone, I'm Hokori and welcome to the first episode of the Regions of Aether Europe. Today we have 7 guests from the French Rivals community that I invited to a series of interviews to help highlight the people that help make Rivals of Aether France the place it is. The majority of this episode was filmed live at twitch.tv/ROA Europe and here on YouTube, which allowed for audience participation, but sadly my internet died and so the last 2 blocks had to be filmed after the show. Regardless of that fact, we hope you enjoy this premiere episode of the Regions of Aether Europe and make sure to subscribe so you don't miss when the next episode releases. Bonjour mes amis! Bienvenue dans la mission d'interviews Regions of Aether Europe France. Apologies for the French. I thought it'd be fun to try and do a French intro, but yes, hello and welcome to the first of many Regions of Aether Europe interview shows. Hello, I am your host for this evening, Hokori. You may know me obviously from here. I am the content manager, self-appointed for Rivals of Aether Europe, and you may almost definitely know me around these parts as the TO for Euras 2. But tonight, I am going to be your host for this, the Regions of Aether Europe. Obviously, a couple months ago, I did an interview show after the first RTCS season, where I had a bunch of guests from around Europe, and I feel like I garnered enough interest for us to go just regional, and thanks to a vote held by our friends in both Grandcord and our Discord, the first region to be decided was France. So tonight we have exclusively French guests. If you are on our YouTube stream, you'll already know who they are because their links are in the description. But yeah, tonight's a fun one. Sadly, one of our guests could not make it here live, but I have pre-recorded an interview with them, so we won't have to go without them. Apart from that, there's not much more else. Again, I think, let's see, I have how many guests? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we have 7 guests here tonight from across the French community, players, TOs, commentators. So I haven't dressed up majorly like I did for the RTCS. I had work today, so I am too tired to get all glammed up. But we should be getting started very soon. We are just waiting on our first guest, who will arrive shortly. I told them be here for 25 past, so that gives me some time to get them set up. But yeah, since I've made it no secret, again putting them in the description, yeah, our guests for tonight are Matthias Wolfbrook, Yam, who wasn't really comfortable, can't wait for the French art and the very Frenchy accent. But yeah, Matthias Wolfbrook, Yam, who wasn't really comfortable with this format, so we just had them do written answers, but I'm very grateful that they, put the effort in. We have Metaben, who wasn't able to make it tonight, so I did a pre-recorded interview with them last night. We have the Game of Pabu, Missy, Ilfanon, and Sauls. So, good range of France's top players, as well as, of course, some commentary, TOing, and the coach. So, but yeah, at the end of each section, obviously discounting Metaben and Yam, I'll open the floor to you guys to ask some questions of our guests. So feel free at any point during each section to, give us some questions in the chat. I'm not gonna make him say tongue twisters, Ghosty, but yeah, our first guest is ready, so we are going to go to a brief intermission, very brief, as I get them ready. But right as soon as we're able, we will get started with the show. The audio died, what do you mean? Ghosty. Ghosty muted, okay. Anyways, enough about that. Yep, we are going to disappear for a brief moment so I can get our first guest ready. So, we'll be right back. Okay, thank you for the wait, everybody. Yeah, as I said, we have our first guest. Some of you may know them as the prolific commentator in France. Some of you may know them as the creator of the one of the developers on the tournament Stream Helper Tour. But I personally know them as the creator of the first non-Euclidean doubles bracket for Rivals Europe. It is our friend Matthias Wolfbrock. Hello, Matt.
Hello, hello. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming on the show today.
Yeah. Thanks for inviting me.
Of course, of course. Obviously, you are pretty well known already, but for those who don't know who you are, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, so in short, my name is Matthias Wolfbrook. Wolfbrook not being my real last name, obviously. It's just it's just a tag. But yeah, I am mostly a commentator on Rivals of Aether 2, as well as other fighting games in general. I also do some support work on Tournament Stream Helper, which is the tool that's used by, I guess, most organizers at this point for actually hosting streams, just in general for Rivals and for, again, other fighting games. And yeah, I do a lot of things. Used to be more of a prolific tournament organizer as well under Wolf TV. That time that ship has sailed essentially, and now I just do the odd bracket here and there, but mostly I focus on commentary.
Yeah, and again, you've been all over the place in Europe brackets when it comes to commentary. Obviously, we've both done RCCS together, and separately, of course. You help with a lot of the bigger tournaments. Again, you hosted your own bracket very recently with Renbud Garos. If anything, with that, what actually inspired the idea of that format to you?
Yeah, the idea was to try and have something that was like different, just from what we usually do in terms of brackets, because most of the time you do like your single or double elimination bracket. That's just you playing against another player, or sometimes the odd doubles, or I guess cruise bracket you could technically do with Rivals 2, similar to how you do Squad Strike in Smash. But I was like, no, I want to try something different. I want to try and be a little bit more of an entertainer, because to me, one thing that's kind of missing right now in the Rivals scene in general, well, first off, is more just French presence in general, which is why I try to do some restreams of like majors and stuff like that. Unfortunately, I kind of missed Genesis because I was ill, but that was kind of the plan. Otherwise, I've done several restreams for like Arrival and stuff like that in French. And the other thing that was missing is just fun formats, things that are not necessarily the usual bracket, tournament, and everything. So yeah, I just looked at what I could do, and I was like, yeah, Rivals we can just play 2v2, so that means I can just copy the Davis Cup, essentially. And that's how Renburn Garros was born, essentially. It's just me copying the Davis Cup and then running with the tennis theme.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, I tried to host the English restream for the last one, but had some issues on my end. But yeah, I mean, it's it was a really fun format. For those who don't know, it was a doubles bracket, but it was one player faces the other, and then the other faces the other. If there's not a clear winner, then it's doubles, and then if there's not a clear winner, keep going. But yeah, it was really fun.
Yeah. One
But
of the things that are really nice about this format as well is that even when you're doing singles, you can kind of have live coaching from the other player in your team, I think, which I think can just help with like strategizing and maybe like improving on the spot. I think there's a lot of possibilities there.
yeah,
And again,
definitely.
it's just fun,
Yeah, it was
something different.
really fun. Now, going back to just introducing, what would you say was your main game before Rivals? Obviously, you are, pretty versed and cultured when it comes to the FGC, but if you had to pick just one game to consider your top game before Rivals?
Well, the thing is, it would go back to before Rivals 1 even came out in early access, because I've been there since like the beginning of Rivals 1. At that point, I was a Smash player, funnily enough. Like, I got into the community mostly from watching Project M videos at the time. Most notably with Mewtwo being absolutely broken in 3.0 back then. Was very funny to me. So yeah, I kind of got into the scene, started playing a little bit of Melee, found it a little bit too hard, and then essentially Smash 4 and Rivals 1 came out at the same time, and I was like, yeah, no, Rivals 1 is just more fun.
Yeah, that there is obviously going to be a lot of overlap between Smash and Rivals, but obviously Rivals coming out so soon after Smash 4, I guess probably helped. Definitely helped with Smash content creators such as like Alpharad, for example, helped a lot of people find the game. But apart from that, yeah, a lot of people come from Smash, which is a no-brainer. It's more if it's.
I remember when Crag Pillar didn't go down.
Yeah.
We were standing on it.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. But yeah, yeah.
I actually booted up the build not too long ago, like maybe 2 years ago, for the first build of early access, because I was recording for a video that I was working on, which was called Inversus pas comme les autres. It was like the first episode of what was supposed to be a long series, and then I kind of dropped. But yeah, the first episode was on Rivals 2, like right before the last beta.
Nice. Well, with that, what would you say, if there's anything from those other titles that you play, it doesn't even have to be Smash, is there anything you miss from those titles that you would say Rivals doesn't have or just lacks?
I think it comes down to two things, in my opinion. Like, the big thing that Rivals and Rivals 2 especially is kind of missing right now, in my opinion, is casual content. And obviously we've had items and workshop like starting to trickle in. But in my opinion, that's also why a game like Street Fighter V, for instance, didn't really do well, and Street Fighter 6 like exploded. It's just Street Fighter 6 had a lot of casual content, and especially single player content. So that's one thing. The other thing is more personal. I really liked the lobby system of Guilty Gear XX Axon Core Plus R. I just like to challenge random people myself and just pick them myself. It's very social, much better than ranked in my opinion.
Honestly, I feel like a just Arxis in general style lobby system could actually be really fun for a game like this. Dragon Ball Fighters against Xrd. That would, that would be really fun, just having little avatars and stuff and just challenging.
To be fair, I just like the simplicity of having a menu, but Axon Core just has 64-player lobbies, so you can just like challenge anyone in the lobby.
Sure. But yeah, I guess with obviously the context out of the way, how active would you say is your, I guess, local scene, the region you're in? Doesn't have to be the town you're in, more the region.
Yeah, in terms of Rivals in general, we did pick up a little bit of steam in Brittany with Rivals 2. At the beginning, we had a few of our majors in Rennes, which were trying to get the game up and running, but obviously PC gaming and everything does make it difficult. Especially when you then factor in the GameCube controllers and everything. Now the scene has kind of moved to Nantes, where we're kind of trying to have La Bagarre Électrique, most notably. And obviously, Brittany is not too far from Paris, so we can go to La Déterre and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And obviously, UFA is coming up, so go to UFA, please, everyone.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, UFA real close, and obviously, as you said, the data that is also pretty soon.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be R2CS if I have to guess. I'm not in the but it's probably gonna be R2CS again.
I feel like Well, yeah, if there is another one this year, I doubt the next one would be, just because, obviously, we haven't gotten much more news yet. Obviously, they have said we're going to get news soon, but
Yeah, we did get that news article not too long ago where they
mm,
were saying that they were changing the structure, where they would have like gold tournaments, and then like essentially silver and bronze, which would be the equivalent to the Tekken World Tour's dojo events,
yeah.
which I find good. I really like the Tekken World Tour structure
Mm.
overall. Just lacks a little bit of online, in my opinion, but yeah, in terms of how they structure locals, it's probably the best tour out there in the fighting game space.
Yeah. Now, obviously, you are known mostly for the production side of things, supporting uh, the community, doing commentary, but when it comes to you playing the game, how would you describe your playstyle?
I'm a gorilla. Very simply put, I'm a gorilla. Like I pick locks and I press the buttons, and usually it works because people don't know how to handle magma.
Hell yeah. Oh, that's honestly, I'd say gorilla adjacent when it comes to my locks. So I respect it. I respect it a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like the evolution of my Rivals One Endless, which was just I dash attack and then I wave dash and then you're gonna get hit whatever I do.
Hell yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, there's no more being around the bush. Again, very known commentator in the scene at large. What drew you to commentary in the first place?
Well, to make a long story short, essentially, the first time I casted was back in 2019 at Syndicate. Was my first major, Rivals One back then. Obviously, I just wanted to see a major for myself because outside of like maybe Stunfest, I hadn't gone to a major, and obviously I was also pretty like quite a bit into Ultimate at the time as well. So I went there. I did the Rivals One tournament, um, and by the end of the day, essentially the top three was supposed to be on the Sunday, but because we're not that many, was Slime at the time that decided we should do top three like late at night so that people can just go back home on Sunday. And they didn't have commentators, and I just got put on the spot to commentate. It was awful back then because I also felt like I was saying a lot of bullshit. But it was enough to get me out the door so that when COVID happened, then I started really like organizing my own tournament. And because I didn't have a commentator, I was casting myself, and that's how I really got into it, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, that just sounds like the story of basically every commentator I know. Just was in the right place at the wrong time and was just stuck with it and then just kept going.
Yeah.
And
Fun fact: a lot of my commentary experience back then, when during COVID, was mostly arms, as it turned out.
damn. Shout
But we had
out.
a good arms scene in Europe.
Yeah, shout out arms. It's underrated, but enough about unique fighting games. Let's talk about more of our favorite derivative.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, as you said, you do go to majors quite often, and just locals in general. What would you say makes it worth it to you to actually travel for a local?
Well, first off, you don't have to deal with online, and especially the online matchmaking queue, which is like, to me, the worst part of any fighting game. Again, shout out to Axon Core for that, for making it so I don't have to go through that. But most importantly, it's the people, really. Like, you get to meet so many different people, you get to talk, you get to make friends, you get to also get advice, which is really important when you want to improve, in my opinion. Like, you can just play with someone, do a first to 10, and then during the first to 10, you get a lot of advice on how to approach, how to handle certain situations. And you get so much more experience from just going offline. And yeah, it's really the experience of just meeting people for me, which makes offline.
Yeah, very well said. I mean, to I guess go even further with that, what would you say is your favorite memory of an event? This can be local or online or otherwise.
I have a lot, actually. I think one of my biggest memories, funnily enough, is not necessarily on Rivals, but one of my biggest memories is, well, at the last UFA, when I was competing in Street Fighter 6. And it's like I was fighting this player, which was coached by Layo, like a pretty prolific Street Fighter 6 coach in France. And I was hearing like essentially every advice that Layo was giving my opponent. I was playing Terry, I was playing Zangief, and then it went to 2-1 by the end, and I won, and I was so happy. And then I got destroyed by a modern Luke.
Okay, well, if I had to specify for Rivals, that is a very fun
Yeah.
memory to have, but if I had to specify it for Rivals, what would you say is your favorite?
But yeah, for Rivals, obviously one of the big things was on one end the commentary mishap, quote unquote, at Syndicate. That was a big one for me. Another one was also when we organized on Rivals One, that was Nantes Arena, and I got it to top four, and that was like my first top four ever, and I was so happy. It
Yeah.
was also a mess because I was also organizing the tournament at the same time, making sure that everything was working fine, and we had like someone with a keyboard, and we didn't know how to do that, how to handle the situation. It went okay still, but yeah, it was again a very strong experience, which was like my first top four essentially back then.
Yeah, trust me, I get it. I tried entering US2 a couple times while being the TO. It gets a little messy, but yeah, I
Yeah. The
mean,
funniest part is that we kept picking Rock Wall for no reason during the entire tournament. So
hell
like the
yeah.
commentators were going insane about the fact that we kept picking Rock Wall.
That's awesome. uh, something I wanted to ask you specifically, what actually brought you, to start supporting TSH?
Well, back then it was like the program was only supporting Smash, funnily enough. And I was like, what if we could just do better? So I was discussing with the developer, and essentially they started improving the program so that it could handle more games like Street Fighter 6, for instance. Well, not Street Fighter 6, it was Street Fighter 5 at the time. And it's like, as it went on, I was like, it was like again during COVID, so I had a little bit of time. So I started developing a few features. And also, I was like, okay, but I want to use it for my games, such as Rivals and Arms and stuff like that. And so I was like, yeah, let me just try to add assets, and then for several games, and then people were asking me, can you add assets for this or this game? And I was like, sure. If I have the PNGs, sure. And then it's like slowly but surely I was like the official tester of TSH, and at the same time filling in the asset database. And now we have I think a pretty solid database, I would say, not just for Rivals but for a lot of games, and also a very solid program where we just can do a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, hell, looking at the list of games at the moment, it's unbelievably long, and again, keeps getting updated with new games. I mean, it's got Invincible Vases now, it's got 2XKO, it's got all these, just, it's constantly being kept up to date, and it's
Yeah,
just,
90% of it is just me.
yeah, of course, I try to lend a hand when it comes to Rivals of Aether 2 at least, just by compiling the assets, but that is a lot of heavy lifting. Like some of these games I'm seeing, just like obviously, or the mainline Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Guilty Gear, but then there's like Fists of Fire. There's the this Killer Kill the game If Kirby Air Ride and Air Riders. Like just so many games. It just makes it such a strong tool no matter what. Hell, it's what I'm using for our little name tags here. And obviously I use it all the time for URAS 2 and such. So yeah, it's definitely a very strong tool, and there is no underselling the amount of work you just have to put up with to keep it updated, especially with the current, I guess, state of the FGC. I mean, again, 2X KO, Invincible Versus, Rivals, trying to think what other games are getting, like, active updates at the moment, but apart from that...
Marvel Tokon is coming as well.
Yeah, Tokon. You have Marvel Rivals on there, which... insane, because that game gets
it's like,
so
I don't
many
know if anyone
skins.
uses it, but like it's there.
Yeah, Marvel Rivals on something that came from Smash Bros. Why not? As I mentioned near the start of this block, you host events every now and then. What would you say is the biggest hurdle for you when it comes to organizing a bracket?
Well, most of the time, the big hurdle that I'm finding is that I'm by myself organizing the bracket, and so you're like, I have to look at the Discord chat, and then at the same time at the Start GG, and then at the same time, or back then it was even challenge, like, but at the same time I'm also trying to cast and everything, and I'm trying to juggle that, and it's not easy at all. Honestly, just juggling all that, and then on top, my worst thing, honestly, is actually communicating and getting people to actually sign up. We have a tendency, not just in Rivals, but especially in the greater FGC, to sign up at the last minute. Please don't do that. Please do not do that.
Trust me.
We need to seek those brackets, please.
You have just spoken to my soul on that. I mean, it happens so often. I'm lucky that I have such a, I guess, tight-knit player base when it comes to URAS, but it hurts every time. I think I once got someone that entered a minute before bracket started, and I just had to try my best, but...
Yeah, I will say though the Rivals 2 community in general is more disciplined than some of the others in the FGC. Like if I was to try something like Renburn Garros in Smash, no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, well, we are nearing the end of our section here, so just last questions. How would you describe your style of commentary?
In a way, I kind of go with the vibe. I try to at least build stories of players, and sometimes a little bit on the character balance. But because I'm not exactly a top player, or even someone who's going to go, oh, yeah, I'm going to study the frame data, I'm going to study exactly what is safe, what is unsafe, I'm trying to really build a story. And that's why I really like when I also have a co-commentator who's more into game knowledge, just in general, because I feel like this way our commentaries like really complement.
Yeah, I mean...
I'm just a storyteller at the end of the day. I'm an artist.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely how I like to commentate as well. I won't lie, some of my solo commentary is just me talking, but when I have a co-caster say it's you, Focus Miss, Fabs, literally anyone I've commentated with, I love not only obviously building a story of the players and the bracket as a whole, but Also, just building a rapport with your co-caster is so fun. Like,
Yeah, solo commentary is not a great thing to do just in general from my experience. Usually when I do it, it's for like again the restreams in French,
mm,
for like Arrival or uh, I did City Lab last year. I did Genesis, and usually it's more like I'm trying to get a consistent commentary, but at the same time it also devolves into yeah I'm just chatting with the chat.
yeah, yeah. Obviously, the only reason I really solo commentate is because I'm also running a bracket and a stream and making graphics all at the same time. So, but
Yeah. To be
I
fair, in Renberg Girls, it also didn't help that I was also trying to like play tennis at the same time for the bit. But again, I'm an entertainer at the end of
yeah,
the day.
yeah. Well, speaking of Rainbow and Girls, hopefully for the next one, when if and when that is, I have an actual good internet now, so I'd be able to do the restream successfully this time. But
Yeah. I'm kind of aiming for September, maybe October for that. I think
nice.
October is probably going to be easier for me because there's just a lot going on in September, starting with UFA, if anything.
Well,
Yeah.
to close this off, something I'd like to ask all of my guests is if you have a question or questions for me to answer.
Yeah, I'd actually have like to have your opinion on something. Uh, what would you really want to do to grow your local scene?
Ooh, so as far as I am concerned, in my county, I am one of, if not the only, Rivals of Aether 2 players. Uh, I think on the outskirts there's a few players I know, but luckily it's not hard to get to London. And obviously London has the benefit of East London Smash and all these other big names. But I would love if I was able to, host a local event myself. Obviously venues are hard to come by without getting a few favors or a sponsorship, anything like that. But I feel like something I've wanted to do this since Rivals One. I've wanted to host my own local event, be it part of the esports season or not. I just think it would not only be helpful to the community, but also just be really fun. Obviously, TOing comes with a lot of stress, but I've been through worse as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, again, where the UK is, a smaller country, and I'm not in a very, I guess, populated part of the country when it comes to at least Rivals and Smash. Yeah, I'd love to host my own event, but yeah, apart from that, only thing left, if anyone in chat would like to do so, please leave your own questions for Matthias. Otherwise, we will move on soon. But
Yeah, while we're waiting for chat, I just want to make a quick shout out. Abu, if you're watching, can we set it up so we can do Renburn Garros IRL at UFA? Like we get like 4 teams and we do that IRL at UFA.
oh, that would be
I think
sick.
that would be really fun.
That would be sick. You heard the man. Get on it. Yeah. I guess while we're closing this out, I'm still gonna give chat a little time to formulate some questions. But yeah, thank you again for coming here today, Matthias. It's a pleasure as always to have you. Is that
Welcome. Thanks for having me.
yeah? Is there? Oh, is blah, blah, blah. From Ghosty in the chat, what is your favorite format to commentate or play?
Hard to say. I really like. I'm not gonna lie. I'm more of a singles guy in terms of playing, just because I think doubles, as fun as it can be a little bit messy to both play and commentate because there's a lot of of things happening. But I just really like also the energy of like a big crew like we had at Valhalla. Also, like a highlight moment in my career, just going to Valhalla and commentating the French team, even though like I had a bad sandwich right before. Like the sandwich was awful. Like I got out of the venue and I kind of like got the sandwich out essentially. But yeah, nonetheless, the commentary block was so fun and everything.
Yeah. Oh, now Alicia has asked a question that I was already meant to ask you, but I guess I accidentally skipped over. Hypest set that you've commentated.
Can we talk about Fnan's aura farming during the entire beginning of the R2CS season last year?
Hell
That
yeah.
man is a natural aura farmer, both in gameplay and out of gameplay.
Oh my god, yeah, Elphanon is insane, honestly. So, yeah, I'm gonna say that is all the time we have for now. Again, thank you very, very much, Matthias, for coming along. Any last words, anything you'd like to say to our audience here today?
Yeah, just make sure to follow me on Blue Sky as well as YouTube and Twitch. It's Matthias Fulbrook everywhere. You can't miss me. You're probably gonna see my head everywhere, anyways. And also make sure to talk with your friends. Support your locals. Very importantly, support your locals. And if you have a local in France or near France, at the very least, like just slip in a word from me. I'll gladly come and commentate if I have the opportunity and the money to do so.
Awesome! Well, yeah, again, thank you so much, Matthias. I'll let you get back to whatever you was doing before this. So, yeah, thank you again, and take care.
Take care. Bye.
Okay. So, with that, again, thank you, Matthias, for joining us. But we are going to be moving on to a written section as our next guest, again, wasn't really able to join in. So, what we are going to do is I'm going to instead read their answers. Myself, I'm not going to put on an accent. I'm not like that. So, what is going to happen is our next guest, I suppose, still works, is in fact the one and only. Oh my god, I haven't actually set them up. Give me one moment and then we'll actually get into it. I've probably already said, but our next guest is going to be Yum, who I guess just didn't really want to be a part of this format just because of their own reasons, which is more than understandable. But okay, I have it set up properly. So I still have the overlay for it. If any of you have questions for them, I'll pass them along. Hopefully get a response by the end of stream. If not, oh well. But I sent over the list of questions to Yum, and they answered pretty much all of them. I also gave them the chance to ask me a question. They're quite busy, so I haven't received one yet. But if I do in time, that will be answered as well. One moment. So, of course, if you don't know who Yum is, Yam is a tier, of course, and Rivals 1 and 2 player, who got to the European PR in the last season of RTS, and his main goal is to help the game thrive in his country. Actually, I'll ask right now, chat, would you rather I continue to answer in the third person or in the first person as it is written? I feel like it used less brain power to do first person, but yeah, okay. Well, we'll continue in that way. So again, while still introducing themselves, I'm mostly known for creating and managing the French court, creating multiple tournament series, and being the oldest dinosaur in French Rivals ecosystem. Been around since 2014 and the Rivals 1 early access. When I asked what his main game before Rivals 2 was, he just answered Rivals 1. Before Rivals though, I played mostly Project M. I've never been a serious competitor, but I always tried my best to improve and play these 3 games with the time I had at my disposal. But as explained earlier, I'm much more of an organizer than a player to look at. I also have a very long tiering history in the Smash community, but I've lost almost all of my interest for the series. When asked what drew them to Rivals 2, he responded, "I've been an esports enthusiast for a long time now. If you've never watched a game of StarCraft 2, you're missing out. I've spent several years trying to create a serious competitive environment for the Smash games that I grew with, but I eventually grew tired of battling the biggest gaming company in the world. To this day, I still believe that Smash would be the biggest esports game, period, if it was designed with this goal in mind. But it is not. Rivals is." When I asked if there's anything from past games that they miss, once to close the door, ignore the fact I'm in shorts. If there's anything that Rivals lacks, they answered, Rivals 1 mostly lacked production means and global appeal due to its retro art style. But it's the game I've had the most fun with, without a doubt, despite a questionable balance and picky netcode. Rivals 2 lacks identity. Lost a bit of what made the first one so special in my opinion by trying to recreate Melee at all costs. Very understandable marketing strategy and probably the only option for the studio to survive, but boy do I wish they did not add floor hugging to this game! Apart from this aspect, Rivals is hands down the best platform fighter that the market has ever seen, excluding Smash titles for obvious reasons. It's carefully crafted and frequently updated. They've really managed to push the Aether franchise to another level by creating so many cool characters and Claren. When I asked how active the local scene was, from a strict offline point of view, I think that France is still quite underdeveloped despite having one of the biggest EU scenes. Organising Rivals tourneys is, and always will remain, a big challenge because of the hardware constraints. Finding a venue with fitting equipment to provide a satisfying experience is really difficult without financial support, but still, there are options out there. I'm really hoping that we will see more locals being held in the future. And again, directly quoting Yam when answering these, when I asked how they would describe their playstyle, they responded, "I'm only fishing for clips, orangutan emoji." When I asked what character or archetype they would like to see added to Rivals 2, they said, "Waiting for the big monkey to make his comeback. Never had more fun with a platform fighter character than Hold On in Rivals 1. That special allowing for crazy aerial resets was really something, and I found the spirit management to be quite an interesting mechanic. Also, I can't wait to be even stronger when holding down in Rivals 2. Monkey emoji. When I asked what makes them compete, I just love plat fighters. My only wish is to help their scenes grow stronger to eventually become a major esports genre. This goes by organizing tournaments / entering them. I don't have much time left as a competitor nowadays, and I don't have any aspirations to ever climb to the top of the Rivals 2 scene, but I'm really happy to be able to contribute to it. When I asked what makes them want to travel for a tournament, seeing the Rivals friends and supporting my fellow TOs is more than enough, but it's been a long time since I was able to travel for the game. When asked, do you feel there is much of a difference between competing in person versus in online tournaments? Online tournaments are both a blessing and a curse. They facilitate bigger events, but they are nowhere close to recreating the feeling of a true offline experience. Since it's way more convenient for both players and organizers to choose the online option over the offline one, it's only natural to see the balance weighing more and more towards the online scene. Thankfully, we are still blessed with several events in both North America and Europe that allow us to keep real-life aspects of our communities, and I'm very grateful for it. The Rivals community is hands down the nicest I've ever had the chance to be a part of. When I asked what is their favourite memory of an event or local or otherwise, they said the latest Aethers are really the most fun I've ever had regarding offline experiences. Very narcissistic of me to say, but it's just the way it is. We are beyond lucky to be able to run this tournament series, and it's all thanks to our community, which is clearly the best one out there. The mood is always incredible here, and seeing people come from all across the country for €0 cash prize event just really blows my mind every single time. When I asked what the biggest hurdle when organizing an event or bracket was, they responded, going from console-based tournaments to PC-based ones is really tough. First of all, it's obviously way harder to find an affordable venue with enough computers to run an event. Then, you have to make sure you have the right hardware for each setup, and deal with all countless controller issues that have absolutely zero reason for happening throughout the event, which is a real trait. Also, not being able to launch multiple instances of the game at the same time, making setting up a venue extremely long and tedious. Fun, I asked them how confident they are in their own seating. They responded, I'm not. If you're unhappy with my seating, it's not my problem. It's Digito's. And then for real fun, I asked if TOs should be allowed to enact capital punishment against attendants that hold up the bracket. And they said, it's a bit extreme, but I could see it being a reasonable option towards a Claren player. Finally, they actually did... I missed it. They did send me a question in. My honest opinion about Claren. Wrong answers only. Fuck that cat. Anyways, to close off, Yam left a nice little message for the rest of the community and you lovely people in the audience. Shout out to the French community. Love you all. Also, La Defa number 5 is happening this Saturday, and it's going to be great. And that is about it. So, with that wall of text out of the way, I want to, once again, thank Yam for taking time out of his day to answer those questions. And thank him for, being the GOAT, as you have all been saying. A very wise, goated man he is. It's been around, again, since Early Access Rivals 1, and I always remember him being a pillar of the community. But yeah, that is Yum. Um, one of the greats. Always has been, always will be. Uh, so that went by actually exactly as long as I thought it would, 15 minutes, which means we are on to our next guest, and as such, I will be passing over to myself about 24 hours ago, for an interview with Metaben, who again couldn't make it tonight, but you'll be able to catch his full answers right here, right now. So I will see you all in about 50 minutes, after which we will get back to the live show. So I will be right back. Enjoy this interview with Metaben. As I've hopefully just said to you all, this next guest couldn't make it today, or I suppose tomorrow when I'm recording this. So instead, we're just going to pre-record it. Hopefully that allows me some space to make edits if need be, but regardless, this time actually doing it with audio. Sorry, Dia, for the RTCS interviews, but we're not talking about, any Belgians or anything. This is Rivals of France, and there's no better guest than the one we have next. 7th on the French PR, a wonderful person and pretty much coach to the entire community. The one and only Metaben. Hello, Meta.
Hi everyone.
Yeah, how are you doing today?
Pretty nice. Been kind of rough lately, but doing great.
Glad to hear you're doing well. Well, let's see. I guess there's nowhere better to begin than just introducing yourself.
Okay, so for the ones who don't know me, I'm Metaben, player of Rivals of Aether since Rivals 1. Been playing since start of COVID. I was a SSBU player right before, and mostly a rhythm game player even before SSBU. So right now, I'm kinda one of the best runner in Europe, and might be one of the best coach there is. Actually, I would say in France, because I don't want to put myself above Europe. But yeah, it's kinda it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, anyone that knows anything about Rivals in France will almost definitely know who you are. Again, as I said, you are one of the best in the country. As you said, one of the best Rano in Europe. But what was something that drew you to Rivals? You said you started with Smash, so what drew you to Rivals?
Yeah, I started with Smash Bros, mostly Ultimate, because right before I was trying to find a game that could help me train on SSBU, so I started right with Brawlhalla. Then when when I figured that the game isn't what I've been searching for, I've started to play on Sleepy at Melee on Melee. Then when SSBU started, I started most right there competitively, mostly because of one of my friends who introduced me to competitive Smash with Smash 4. That I found it that I found it that really fun, so I wanted to try out for myself. And then yeah, started with SSBU. I had my fun. Almost 2 year competing. One of the best puff in Normandy. It was fun. It was fun. Yet when COVID started and I tried a little bit of online playing, it was horrendous. Like I hate netcode on Ultimate. So when doing some session right here and there, I've been to one of my friend's house who introduced me to Rivals of Aether, saying to me that it was a better alternative, and it was even when it was on even before rollback. When it was on peer-to-peer, it was really fun, and I really loved online on Rivals of Aether, so I stuck to it. And here we are, I guess.
I mean, yeah, as you said, you've been playing Rivals since before Rivals 1 Definitive Edition. So how much has your, I guess, choice of main changed, if at all, since
It
then?
did change. When I started the game, I wanted to play, I think it was Restore first, because I found it really cool. Yet when when I figured that he didn't have a strong on the floor and I had to jump for it, it was completely mind-blowing to me at the time. So it was a bit too hard for me to understand. So right after, I was trying APSA, if I recall correctly, and it was fun, sure. I did have a lot of fundamentals that I've carried from Rivals 1 to Rivals 2 on my APSA. Yet it wasn't really that. So after the third character I tried was actually Rano, and I stuck to it right right there. Like I haven't stopped playing him. Even though when I started to play him, he was busted. He was really busted. One of the easiest character to take in hand. And even though he got nerfed pretty much every patch since, I stuck to it because I love the character design. I love to play him. And for the anecdotes, there's there it was a moment before Slade release. I was thinking about changing main because I figured I wanted to get better with Rano if I stuck to it for as long as I've been in my career, I should say. And when Slade was out, it was when with Rano I did like my best results in month. So I figured that no, I'm stuck to Rano. I won't play anything else.
I mean, yeah, you say that the last few events you've entered top 4 every time, apart from I guess Eternity 64, but apart from that, you have consistently been getting top 4 in Monday Night Fighters, and Akoma and stuff like that. So hey, maybe it's just a sign from Dan to not drop the character just yet. But stepping away from characters specifically, again, you've played your fair share of Ultimate, bit of Melee, and obviously some Brawlhalla. Is there anything you miss from those titles that Rivals and Rivals 2 lack?
No, seriously, I don't see anything like that.
Fair enough.
I played Brawlhalla when we were able to dodge in the ground. Right now, you can't dodge in the ground; you can just dash. So even though it was something that I found it pretty cool, I would say it's nothing but it's nothing to Rivals of Aether. Like even if when we started Rivals of Aether 2, I really how would I say it? Crash out. there's no other way. Like I was so in Rivals 1, like no shield, no grab ledge, no grabs, things that I fled actually from Smash because I didn't find that fun. And at the start of Rivals 2, I was not happy at all. Like I didn't like that. Yet I forced myself. I forced myself to try out to think about solution, and yeah, I found some. And even though I didn't thought I would be able to apply them as effectively as I do right now, yeah, starting was really hard. But no, I can't see of any of this game that have something that Rivals don't have. Like Rivals have everything but better.
Yeah, I think the main thing, at least to me, is what some of these games do unintentionally, you know, bugs that get turned into tag. Rivals did intentionally, like wave dashing. That I don't think Sakurai wanted that to happen in Melee, but it happens here, and it's here to stay. But yeah, that's fair enough. Obviously, Rivals 2 is a little polarizing to obviously the FGC as a whole, and especially to Rivals 1 players. So, but hey, if you love the game, I sure do. There's no point in saying you don't think it lacks anything.
I do think it lacks anything. It don't lack any. Like how?
Well,
The game is so fun. It's so quick. It's so there is everything. Even there's even more than most of this game because we have it full. Right? Only that bring the game to a new speed. Like if I would say.
yeah. Well, of course, with us obviously being in Rivals 2, and what's been on my mind lately, obviously we've had the announcement that we're going to get news on R2CS Season 2. How much would you say you enter competitively, you know, on the larger scale?
Oh, not enough. Not enough. I've been working actually lately. My work actually took most of my weekends, so I can't enter the biggest tournament. Pretty much everything that happened on Saturday, I'm pretty much out of the course because I work. So I mostly work the entire Saturday, then the Sunday morning, and for the rest is mostly random, so it can happen pretty much every day of the week. So yeah, I didn't enter as much as I wanted to do, but you know it happens. So, as much as I can't enter tournament, I like to help commentate in French or even coaching players that are not entering the tournament either. I mean, I have time. I can do everything. I don't mind.
Yeah, and of course you are, especially in Rivals France, known for being, I'd say, a prolific coach. Again, as you said, probably the best coach in France. What actually, I guess, inspired you to start coaching other players?
I mean, when I was playing before, I was one of those who gave you advice when you lose. So even if I have to take an entire page of Discord feed or something, I don't mind. I wrote my best my best pavé, comme on dit in France. So yeah, I do. I was doing that. Then we had a player that right now don't play anymore, whose name was Seeker. Really great Maple, really great coach. Mostly in the mental part of the game. So it was really an honor. I was honored for him to ask me to join him in his creation. That was the School of Rivals France, which is a Discord when we invite player to ask us to help them. So I started like that. I was clearly the most active one of the coach. Right now we have 4 coach, me include. As for those who know, we have their degree. We have Lolu and we have Sharby, that are coaches for the School of Rivals France. And yeah, I started like that, and little by little, I started to stop giving advice to people I confront online. Because some of them told me that they are not playing most of the time to get advice. They're just playing to have fun and don't really want that part of the triad. So yeah, I'm just sticking to help people who ask me actually.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I've heard many times before from different places, different games, that obviously sometimes unwarranted coaching after a lose can feel a bit iffy, especially if
Yeah.
you're not really wanting to improve in that moment. But obviously, the way you help the French community, obviously with the school server, it I've seen that it does make a big impact, and people really appreciate it.
We do
So
see a lot of Frenchies in result right now.
yeah. um, but while still on the topic of your coaching, if there is one, what is probably your, I guess, favorite memory of coaching, or your favorite, I guess, like something that came from you coaching someone?
That's a hard question. I would say my sessions with Fnan. Because like if you didn't if you don't know the development of Nan right before, he was not that good of the game, pretty much spammy, but not in a good way, I would say. Then he started. It was actually one of the first to take course in the school, and even after our first exchange, even 2 days later, even 1 week later, he was like asking for more, and we we just we were trying with Seeker to tell him to implying actually what we are taught him uh, before asking for more, because it would be hard for him to get so much information and don't know what to train anymore. So, yeah, actually, I do think it was the funniest memory I got with the school. uh, and I would say the best too, you know, actually. We love what we did with Nan. We love how much he became good at the game, mostly by himself. Huh? We have to tell this. We did give a bit of guidance, but it's all of his work actually. So yeah, that makes us happy actually.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Elfinon's improvement, especially over the past year, has been downright insane. Like, he used to enter Euros, which obviously I don't want to put down my own bracket, but that is by definition amateur level, and now he's, one of the best in Europe. Definitely, top three in France. So it has been crazy to see his improvement. Obviously, we have him on the show today as well. I don't know if I assume I haven't spoken to him yet. Well, present me, I suppose. um, I, but yeah, he is definitely like one of the craziest stories when it comes to how he started the game and where he is now. But yeah, I mean, it just shows that with a good community surrounding you and people that know how to teach you in the way that will work, you can just do anything. Elfenon has still so much potential, even for more, and yeah, having people like you and the other coaches backing him is really, I guess, just inspiring. So.
He do have a lot more to prove. Like, he, I'm sure he can do a lot better than he do actually. Like, he's doing really good actually. But right now we're preparing to Evo, so every week we are doing FT10 when I'll give him advice on how to develop, on how to do things, even micro games, those kind of things. I give him a lot of advice. Actually, we have we're at the second FT10. I won the first, he won the second. We are continuously doing them until it got to Evo, and if you don't know, there's actually a little how do I say this? There is cash to make.
Yeah,
Because
crowdfunding. for Alpha now.
yeah, firstly there's a crowdfunding. He had the Ko-Fi, yet I challenged him to 10 Omi. If he can 10 Omi, I'd put 100 on his Ko-Fi. So I'm pretty confident he won't, but we never know. I strongly encourage him to press forward.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it at the moment, he's about 60% of his 700 euro goal, so definitely getting there, and hopefully I've remembered to put the link to his Ko-fi either in the description or in one of the commands. But yeah, speaking of Evo, obviously Evo has an event in France every year as well. Well, with locals and obviously in-person offline tournaments, how active, obviously France is quite a active local scene, obviously UFA, Ladefa, again Evo, but I guess closer to your own region of France, how would you say, how active would you say your local scene is?
I mean, my local. I don't have a local scene. Right there, I don't really have a local scene. I'm pretty much the only one to play rivals on my city. In my region, I would say maybe there's some of them playing rivals, but we never know. And closest I can see to me that are playing rivals is Paris, since I'm like at 2 hours in train. And there's a lot of event there. We have some players there, and the second most closest to me is Nantes, when there's a lot more player. Actually, I would say in France, the if there is two events where I could go without without being broke at the end of the week, it would be either Nantes or Paris. But even then, I don't have the time with my work. I can't really move that freely. If I want to move to an event, I have to ask 3 weeks in advance for my weekends, things that I can't do. For example, for the data, I actually wait those events so hard because it's so hype. Yeah, there's some miscommunication behind them. The team that are organizing the rival sport are some of my closest friends in the community. So of course, but yeah, they can't announce it 2 weeks, more than 2 weeks in advance. So I can't. So I won't ever be able to enter that. I'm sad about that, but you know. That's why I'm do mostly online. I don't have really the choice.
Yeah, I mean that's fair enough. I have to ask, with obviously your work, you don't need to go into detail about what you do, but has it always been, something that got in the way of rivals? Is there a time where you weren't as busy and could enter more locals, or?
I've done more tournaments when I was a student than before I was right there. When I was student, I could move to Paris. I've done it actually once, once or twice. I can't recall correctly, but yeah. I feel like even if I hadn't like had the money to move more, there is more event that I can do without paying too much. Feel like a ticket to Paris for me is like 30 euros, something that's pretty affordable even for a student. So yeah, I felt like back when I was student, I had more opportunities, I would say. And even though right now I have the money to move, I don't have the time. So that you know, things happen. I can do most of the thing I want to, but it's okay. I had other things to do, so I don't mind.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Obviously, with a job, there's a lot more restrictions on the traveling side of things. So, I'd say, especially Europe as a whole, is pretty, I guess, lucky with how often we have online tournaments. I mean, at this point, I'm pretty sure we have a weekly every day of the week.
There must be at least one day when there isn't a tournament, but yeah, we have
actually,
weekly mostly every day of the week.
Let's think about it. So there's Monday Night Fighters. There's Himiko's Arena. I believe that's what, Tuesdays or Thursdays.
If I recall, it's 1 week out of 2, and the other weeks we have another thing.
Yeah, well, there's enough tournaments in a week to enter.
Yeah.
But
Even Wednesday we have the cruise team that's doing the Krusty Bats. So yeah, right for the first 3 days of the week, I can do a turn a day. That's something I can do.
yeah. Well, with that, what would you say, if you have one, is your favorite memory of an event? It can be obviously in an RCS or R2CS circuit. It can just be a random weekly, a random major or circuit. Just anything you can think of that really.
Okay, I have one, and it's kind of funny. Like, it was back in Rivals 1, actually. When we had, in the French community, we had still Shade, who's right now pseudo is Shush, and Zonix. And I first met them at HFLAN, if I recall. A tournament in Paris was who is doing Rivals, PM, and Melee, which was really fun. And I do remember that I played Shush in free play before we have to face in ranked, and he was like, "Oh damn, I didn't see that coming." Yeah, I would say it was even. I won't say I was beating his ass, but I would say it was pretty even. And then when our set started, I put a great fight. But yeah, after our set, he told me, yeah, I actually was sandbagging in our free play, but it it was a great set though.
That is so shush. Just sandbagging in friendlies before a bracket. Come on, man. Against someone you're, up against in brackets. That's insane. But yeah,
He wanted to give me confidence before we fought.
messed up. But honestly, that is hilarious. Really good. But, yeah, I mean, apart from that, again, earlier you said that you also do a bit of commentary for French brackets. What actually drew you to commentary in the first place?
Pretty much nothing.
Just the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, so to be clear, the last and only really tourney I've commented was the last Krusty, the last Krusty Bats All-Star Edition. We had a French stream on the Vincica stream, and an English stream on the Last of Many stream. So yeah, the thing was that I wasn't able to enter the tournament because I was working the same day, and because I'm like one of the first big head that joined the Krusty Bats in first hand, and then one of the people that have stuck the most with the tournament. They wanted me to do an appearance, to do something for the tournament, and I'd be obliged, of course. Uh, they asked me if I would like to commentate, and I say yes, of course. I've been adding kind of a little hype, I would say, and a more analytic commentary. So actually our French caster like Missirou, the Missy, or Noel or something told me that I've done a great job, and I'm pretty happy with that. You know.
I mean, yeah, I mean, commentary is really fun, and obviously if it's a bracket you're already comfortable with and familiar with, it makes things a bit easier. Like, every now and then I'll have an old entrant of mine, Everest, help me commentate Euros, so I get it. It's fun to just hop on the mic, no pressure, no expectations, so
Yeah, it's fun. It's freeing actually.
yeah,
I,
yeah.
you can you can you can cheer for people. You can, I won't say like screaming or something, but you if you want you can. Like, this is freeing. You can just say, even if you want to say shit, you can say shit.
Yeah.
Nobody mind. Everything love that. So why not?
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to me, it's about the only time I'll ever be like biased towards an entrant is anywhere but US2. As the TO, I can't really be biased. That'd just be messed up. But I've definitely rooted for people in US2 because the storylines, you know, the upsets, the hype, stuff like that. But yeah, I feel like, especially if it's not one that you are, I guess, affiliated with on the, I guess, technical side of things, you can just say whatever the hell you want as long as it's, you know, not heinous.
Yeah, sure.
But okay, we are, I think, just about through my questions. So just a few quick last ones to end off with. I was actually supposed to ask this one earlier, but is there any character specifically, or just like archetype of a character that you'd like to see added to Rivals 2 next?
Sylvanas. It's not to me. It's not a question because some of my friends just wait for Sylvanos to have been brought into the game to start competing in the game or playing it even more seriously. And I want them to play the game, so I want Sylvanos to be in the game. That's nothing more.
I mean, hey, the next announcement lines up with Evo, so hey, hopefully they'll use that big stage to bring back the big character. Sure, just ignore the fact that the last character was Earth, and we are yet to get a new Air character. Just ignore that. It'll be
Yeah.
Sylvana. Surely. Yeah.
I don't think we'll get Sylvanos in more than a year.
Anyways, I guess, is there anything else? Obviously, you think, at least gameplay-wise, Rivals 2 has everything to offer. But is there anything else you'd like to see added to the game?
To be fair, not really. I can't think of more things that could be added to the game. Actually, we recently had the fun edition of the game with items, with more stage, things that are just there for the fun. And I think it was one of the things that that the game was lacking before. And we got it. Maybe a little better solo part, but you know, most of people who play the Rivals of Aether don't play it because it has an arcade style or something. They're playing it because some of them were interested in melee, but melee is too hard. It's like I do feel like it's really melee but easier and more accessible. And that's all we need. Actually, we don't need really more things. At least that's my feeling about the game right now.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, as you said, we had the Fun for All update just last month, and that was like when I asked that question during the RTCS interviews, that was like the main thing that got brought up. Items, casual stages, all that. So I do really think the game is in a really good place right now, obviously. Hopefully by next year we'll have the story mode and like I'm still waiting for custom colors. That has to be soon, please. I know it's in the Beyond section of the roadmap, but I need it now. But
It was something in back in Rivals 1. You can customize your character. You can even at the end of Rivals 1 customize premium skin. That was the biggest thing that actually that come to the game, and we didn't ask for it, but yeah, we got it anyway. So yeah, that would be really cool actually. Yeah.
yeah, I
Even
mean,
though even though it could bring people that's doing 000 skin, like entire black skin, things that are very toxic to play against online. So at least if they bring custom color back, bring to the button that disable it.
yeah. I mean, I think those like pitch black skins will be at least slightly less of an issue in a 3D game because obviously the silhouettes are more defined than pixel art. But yeah, bring back the option to disable them online as well. But yeah,
Yeah, for people who had actually the potato mode, it would be unfair actually, because
Yeah.
the entire background is full black. You can't see a thing.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Yeah, especially on like Jules Vale is a very just pitch black background on Potato
Yeah,
mode.
Jules Verne, Forest, even some part of Fire Capital. I would feel like this would be really unfair for the players.
Yeah. Well, I guess the last question I'd like to ask, I've asked everyone so far, is do you have any questions for me?
Ooh.
Or a question? Any?
I didn't. I don't. I didn't really see the whole thing about the last interviews you done, but what actually keep you from doing a Raz every week?
Oh, so it's a micro history lesson. When I first started playing Rivals, I think back in 2018, I entered URAS once, got 8th out of 8, and I don't think I played it. I think I played it like 5 more times throughout the rest of Rivals 1. But when I started doing like graphic design, obviously my top 8 graphics and all that near the end, I did some for the original URAS. I had designed the last season. I did all that. Obviously with the help of Silver, the old TO for it, and I actually forget when Arigator stopped TOing, but we worked together on some design stuff for that as well. And doing that really, I guess, engrossed me to amateur rivals. I also actually TO'd the original Rookie Cup for Rivals 1 back in the day. Novice Cup even. But yeah, when it came to Rivals 2, obviously we went a couple months in and I didn't have to do this, but I messaged Silver, who at this point was pretty detached from the community already. They're just doing their own thing these days, but I was like, hey, you cool with me taking your ass and doing it myself? And yeah, last February, just decided, hey, we don't really have... This was before Rivals Rookies, I believe, so we didn't really have brackets that catered to that mid-range of players. Obviously, I feel like, especially in Europe, most of our players are in the amateur to intermediate range of skill. Obviously, we have a lot of really good players, but most of our community base is, not going to be taking top 8 at UFA, but no shade to anyone in particular. But yeah, and then yeah, what, a year and 2 months later, here we are. I've got, what, it's US 2 number 57 this coming week, I believe.
You've been doing a lot of work.
Yeah, obviously I also run the stream. I decided to do that on a whim. I actually, yeah, like before, US 2 was just a bracket. There was no stream for it.
Yeah.
I don't even remember if there was anyone calling for a stream of the bracket, but I figured, hey, we have a Twitch channel, we have YouTube, so yeah, 21 weeks in, I was like, no, I'm gonna start streaming. So I just downloaded Tournament Stream Helper Tool, put together a really just basic overlay, and just since then I've just been pouring all of my creative vision into it. But yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for Euros 2, hey, we wouldn't be in the creator program. So, well, I'd like to say so, since now we have, a weekly stream. But yeah, and the only main thing that keeps me going all this time in is the community I've built up around it. We have a lot of people that watch the stream regularly, from beginning to end, which is insane to me because those are like 3.5 hour streams. But yeah, just the people that enter, the people that just watch, people that can't enter anymore. Ghosty20, he's insane these days. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, it just became very special to me. So
That's a nice way to see the community evolve too, because you see people, you see new people enter the Euros, you see people getting banned from Euros because they're not too good. Yeah, I do have a lot of good memories with Euros. I do watch the stream every time when I can. So of course, cheering for my French fellow. But yeah, it's really nice to see we still have that in the community. We have, I would say, we can see this. We can watch them. That's something we couldn't before. We had actually for a time at the French restream with Nan, but I don't know. I don't know why you cannot stop doing that. But yeah. It's super fun. It's super cool.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, we had our first Raz ban, and it was a Frenchman this season with Nosages last week. So
Yeah.
that was cool. Yeah, I think obviously with brackets like this, you'll get the same smaller pool of players entering every week, but somehow, regardless of that, we have pretty consistent attendee numbers. We have consistently different results. Honestly, it's really refreshing because this is no shade to any other TOs, but all the other weeklies we have, obviously, some players will enter every week, some will enter every other week, stuff like that, but it doesn't really leave any room for change in at least their results. Obviously, you'll see, like, General, Don Cascone, and names like these always getting top 8 when they enter, but something like Euros, where the top players end up getting banned it just leaves space for. Also, just it's a really nice place to improve.
Yeah.
Again, Elfnon started with US2. Obviously, he had the help of school, but apart from that, yeah, it's just I feel like for a fighting game community to grow, it needs to also help its baseline, its lower end of the skill spectrum. It can't survive alone off of the top players.
Of
Otherwise,
course.
who's gonna play it? It's all just gonna be watching the top players because there's nothing for the.
And where it's really nice is, to me, it's because the level of Euras is so homogeneous that you have a lot of info when you ending your run of Euras. You have done a lot of game with people the same level as you. You hadn't passed your evening playing top players of people you can't really afford to get info with because you're just getting absolutely destroyed. So yeah, it's giving really that middle ground for people to get information, start to implying things in their game to take the advantage. That's really about that. To me, Euros is really about that. Who's gonna adapt first and who's is getting the best game plan for their character, who's going to adapt fastest. That's things you can't really have them when you're just playing against, I don't know, you said it, Duncascon, I would say Flumberic, Generog, Nailax, Dia, me, Nibo. Those, it's still great information to play with us because we do put the emphasis on what you're doing wrong, but we won't let you much space to adapt. That's the thing.
Yeah, like you're not gonna go 0-2 because you got seeded into Nibodax and Gothics. If you go 0-2, it's because there is obviously still gonna be a skill gap between bottom seed and top seed, but it's gonna be almost negligible. It's not gonna be so big that it just is an instant lose. There is enough space to adapt, enough to see where you need to improve, because playing at your own level rather than every level means that you get to really improve on your own skills rather than having to adapt to everyone else's skill. But yeah, that was a very long way to answer that very simple question, but yeah.
It was, damn.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god, I think that was an extra like 5 minutes or something. But
Sorry, guys.
it's okay, it's okay. It's okay. If anything, I'm sure whoever I have next was okay with waiting a little more. But regardless, thank you, Metaben, for coming along. Is there anything you'd like to say to our audience? Obviously, you're not going to be able to see what they say back, but anything you'd like to say to our audience?
First of all, thank you for voting me in the poll. It was really, to me, pretty unattended. Even though I'm kind of popular, I don't think I'm the best to ask. I'm the best to answer questions in both. I don't think of myself as someone who is pretty interesting, but yeah, thank you for everything. All I have actually is, in big part, this community that I love. And I still do what I do best: tournament and coaching. Don't if you find me in casual or in ranked, do not hesitate to ping me on the Grand Core, the Euro Europe, or Raw Friends to ask me questions. I'd be glad to answer.
Well, again, thank you so much, Metaban, for joining us tonight. I'll let you. I'll let you go now. But obviously, I have. Well, we have your little Twitter underneath your name there. It's also going to be linked in the YouTube description. So obviously, Metaban wasn't able to attend in the present, so we had to pre-record this. But yeah, show Metaban the love he deserves, and yeah, thank you again for coming along, Metaban.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you again to Metaban for taking time out of his evening to do this with us. But with that out of the way, we'll be moving on to our next guest back in the present. Okay, hello again, everyone, and thank you again to Metaban for, spending the evening yesterday answering those questions. Of course, make sure you send him all the love he deserves. But for now, we are back to real time, and I have our next guest with us. Just need to set one last thing up before I can officially start us, which I am doing right now. It'll only take a couple seconds. Also, yep, Lelege Putain. But regardless, our next guest, let me actually remind myself exactly what well, obviously a high-level player in the French scene. She is, let's see if Super Major would like to load quicker. 6th on the current French PR, and the down throw diva herself. We have the Gamer Pabu. Hello. Yeah, thank you for being here. Yeah, of course, of course. Now, again, for anyone who may not know who you are, oh, actually, I forgot to. Sorry about that. I forgot to unmute the Discord, but they should be able to hear you now. Yeah, hello, Pabu.
Hello,
well-
can everyone hear me?
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Nice.
Well, if you would be as kind as to introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Pabu, and yeah, I'm a French roster player, and yeah, as you said, I was ranked 6 on the last PR for France. So yeah.
Yeah, obviously you've been around the Rivals community for a while now. What was your main game before Rivals 2?
Before Rivals 2, the platform fighter that I played the most was Ultimate. I played I think around 2000 hours in Smash Ultimate before. I wasn't very good because I just kept switching character every week, so I never really got far in this game. But I liked playing it. It was pretty fun.
Yeah, as I've said before, there is a lot of overlap with Smash and Rivals, of course. But what actually drew you specifically to Rivals?
I when the game came out, I already knew about Rivals of Aether 1, but I had never played it before. But I told you I played Ultimate, but I also just like to play some other random platform fighter just for fun with one of my friends. So we usually I just played with one friend on other platform fighter, but I played a bit of Melee, a bit of Project M on Dolphin Netplay. I played like Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, but only the first one. So it was a bit of a weird game, but it's just fun when you just play with one friend. So we thought we were gonna buy Rivals 2 when it came out to just try it out and have some fun. And I ended up really liking the game. Really liked the characters. The movement felt really nice. The online was also very good. So a lot of things that I liked about the game. So I ended up playing it a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. An interesting thing that you played. Yeah, Nasby won.
Yeah, only the. But like, I think I only played against like in like one matchup in this game because I think I queued like once on like normal queue and I just played with one friend with my friends, so
Fair enough, fair
so
enough.
it's
But obviously, um, Rivals 2 is quite different from those games, Nasby especially. But is there anything from those other games that you've played that you miss that isn't in Rivals 2, or just anything you think Rivals 2 lacks?
not really. I don't think there's really anything that's particularly missing from Rivals 2. Yeah, no. Well, I would say like compared to Ultimate, I feel like even though the Fun for All update was really good, I feel like it still doesn't feel as fun like just in a casual settings as like Smash Ultimate, in my opinion. Because there's just like more stages and more item in Ultimate, but it's not really relevant when we just look at the game like from a competitive standpoint.
Yeah, that's more than fair enough. I feel like the casual side of things is definitely going to be a very common answer. Hell, it's been basically the one answer I always get when asking that
Oh,
question.
I'm not the first one.
Yeah, but I feel like the Fun for All update definitely helped at least alleviate that, but
Oh,
obviously,
definitely.
but obviously we're still waiting on story mode, which, as I said in the last one, should hopefully be next year, maybe, hopefully, but
Yeah.
uh, regardless of that, again, you are pretty well known as a high level player, especially in France. How would you describe your playstyle?
Um. Uh. That's a good question. If I had to describe it, like, I feel like I usually play pretty patient in neutral. I like to think. Just kinda trying to play more like with punish and all that, using restore speed. And then I try to hit my opponent really hard with my combos. That's kinda just. I really try to make the most out of every opening because, well, I often don't get a lot of openings per games against really good players. It's really hard, so I try to really hit very hard with my combos. I'd say that's yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very solid way to play. Patience is a virtue after all. It's a good skill to have, just knowing when when and why to pick your fights. Obviously, if you just rush in, especially on a character like Rasta, it could go horribly wrong. So
Can go wrong very quick, yeah.
yeah. Now, obviously, with competing in a game like this, there's going to be a lot of events that you attend, and like looking back at some of your highlights, obviously, ninth place at the last UFA, did pretty consistently in RTCS. You do well in Ladefa. In your opinion, what do you actually prefer? Going to a local or playing online in the comfort of your own home?
Well, I will say I feel like going to in-person events is just usually a better experience, just because you see your friends. It's really nice. However, sometimes at certain events that I went, there was some issues with some of the setups, and it can be really frustrating when you're playing and there's like performance issue that you wouldn't have had at home. But then in online bracket, it can also be kind of frustrating, because like when you lose, there's no one, you can't go talk to the people that are your friends. It's just, well, you can, but like it's not the same. Like you're not in person, you can't keep watching the event or playing friendlies with the other people. So overall, I would say that I prefer in-person events, but of course you can't enter as many in-person events as online. It's way less available. You need to travel, especially since I live in a region of France that has well, there's basically there's no local in my city there, so they're less available. But I really like going to in-person events. Yeah.
Yeah, that is pretty much the main hurdle, is, I guess, accessibility, obviously. If you're not living in a, like, big area like Paris, like London, like any of these big cities, it's going to be harder to get to those events, but I agree, it's always a great time, at least when you're around like-minded people with friends, so it really does make the best out of it, even if there are, technical issues or stuff happens in the bracket. But apart from just the fun of it, what actually would you say drives you to compete? What makes you want to enter tournaments?
I I don't really know. I never really stopped to think about why I was entering bracket. It's just when I feel like it's I enter, because I feel like playing in a bracket is very different than like playing just in friendlies, because it feels like you're trying way harder to win. So I feel like when you win like a close set in a bracket, there's really, I don't think there's any feeling like that you can get just by playing in ranked or like in friendlies with people. But so I feel like when you clutch out like a close set, there's that feeling is really, it feels amazing. So I think that's why I enter bracket. It's just because, well, competing it really, it feels nice. Yeah. I don't really know what to say more than that.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose obviously if you enjoy the game enough and you like, winning, like most people do, I feel like, yeah, just the stakes of a bracket, just even baseline, even if it's like a weekly that is all for fun, adding some stakes, does, I guess, enhance the experience. So yeah, I get it. Yeah.
It
It-
can also be stressful sometimes, but it's kind of like a double-edged sword, you know.
yeah.
It can be exhilarating, but also stressful sometimes. But I don't know. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I spend most of my time with Rivals TOing or commentating, but I'll still enter locals. I feel like actually traveling to, because I still love playing this game, and competition, especially in a game like Rivals, is really fun to me. But yeah, what would you say actually? Well, on the topic of traveling to a local, what would you say actually makes you want to travel for a tournament? Like, what would a tournament need for you to feel like it's worth traveling to?
I feel like one of the things that I kinda want when I'm looking to travel to a tournament is um, first of all I like it when there are like some of my close friends that are attending the tournament, because um, if I just go to a tournament and I'm not super close with any people, like I'm not really the most socially comfortable person, so it could be a bit hard for me. So that's one of the first things that I look into. But usually my friends they they are often at tournaments, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Another thing that I want to look at, it's well, as I've said previously, sometimes I like to get confirmation that like the setups on at the tournament will be like at least as good as my PC, because otherwise it can feel a bit disorienting when you play on a setup that is like at 60 Hz, for example, on the screens. Um, I would prefer like to not to not spend a lot of money to travel and then arrive at the event and be surprised by the screens.
Mm. Yeah.
So usually, but
Oh no, sorry.
usually,
Finish.
oh sorry.
No, sorry. I was trying to tell you to finish. Just had a few
Oh,
frame
okay.
drops.
Um, but usually, most tournaments they have a really good setups. At least in France, like La Déter, every setup is like extremely high quality. Same at UFA, the setups were really good. Um, Next week I will be going to Milan for Molten Merendero 4, and I went to the third edition, and also like the venue was really good. All the PC were super extremely high quality, so no issues. So I feel like most of the tournament organizers that are really no rivals, they do a really good job at having a good setup, despite the game optimization being a bit of a problem sometimes. But sometimes when the game is a side event, I like to make sure first that the quality of the setups will be good. And then also, of course, I look at who is attending, if there's going to be a lot of people or not, to see if um, it's worth going to the event. But usually that's I. It kind of depends also on like the price that I would have to pay for my train or flight to go to the event. So there's a lot of factor that I look into to choose which offline event I attend.
Yeah. Um. Sorry, real quick. Yeah. For some reason, the stream is dropping a lot of frames, and I don't know why. It's not my connection. I'm pretty sure it is almost exclusively OBS just being mean. Oh, what's happening? It wasn't like this earlier. What's going on? Okay, it seems to be alright at the moment. So let's just continue and hope for the best.
Okay.
So on the topic of locals, what would you say is your favorite memory of an event? This can be local or online.
Let me think for a bit.
Of course, of course.
I think the first thing that comes to mind is like the first time I went to an offline event was at like UFA last year, and because it was the first time I went to an offline event, it was the first time seeing like my friends in real life. Like I got to hang out with Fnan, Sauls, Elisha, Cross. It was really, really amazing, and I think like yeah, I really, really, really enjoyed myself at this event. Just seeing like um, also all of the other people from the French community were also there. Like and just it was the first time I ever went to a like I traveled for a tournament like ever. So it was a really good memory, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely sounds like it. I mean, yeah, being able to meet people that you've only either seen messages of or only heard their voice, actually being able to meet people you've met through the community is always a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much just the best part of local events. And again, UFA seemed amazing to be at. Not only for the results of the bracket, but also just because, I mean, UFA is an insanely polished event. I
Oh,
feel
for sure.
so.
It was really, really good.
Now let's see. Oh yeah. When thinking of the future of Rivals 2, is there any either specific character or archetype or even just general animal you want to see added to Rivals 2 next?
Uh, I'm not really sure. I did play a bit of Rivals 1, but after playing Rivals 2. So, but I'm still like, I don't really know a lot about the returning characters. I know what they do approximately, but like I've never played competitively in Rivals 1, so it's hard to think who I would want to return next. I feel like maybe someone I would maybe enjoy playing someone like Ori, maybe someone similar to. I feel like really fast character, so
Yeah, that's fair
so
enough.
I could enjoy that.
Yeah, Ori and Saiyan were a very unique character when it came to how they played in Rebels 1, so it would be really cool to see something like that return. Obviously, I don't think we're gonna get Ori
Yeah, I'm not
specifically.
sure. But
I,
maybe it will be like legally distinct Ori. Yeah.
hey, I'm still grieving the fact that we're never getting Shovel Knight back, so...
Oh, for sure. I did like Shovel when I played a bit of Rivals 1, and I did like Shovel Knight a lot. He seemed like a pretty funny character. Maybe not to play like in the competitive environment, but just playing more casually with friends. He's really fun.
Yeah, I miss
I really
shoveling.
like just his forward air and forward tilt, just hitting people with his punch.
Yeah,
Found it really fun.
I miss my honest low tier. But yeah, let's see. Okay. Hmm. So we are pretty much at the end of my questions for you already, but again, everyone in the audience, feel free to start sending your own questions for Poppy to answer. We'll get to them in a moment, but earlier before the stream started, I asked you if you had any questions for me. Were you able to think of any? If not, that's perfectly fine.
Well, I think a question I have for you, it's regarding, since you're the TO, the main TO, well, the TO, just the TO for Euras, which French player do you think is going to get Euras banned next?
Okay, well, let's see. If anyone in chat is a Euro stream regular, avert your ears now because I have spent the past year being staunchly unbiased. But I think, let's see, honestly, probably, I actually need to remind myself of some of these players, where they're from, because I keep forgetting. No, they're Italian. They are. Honestly, I think it's between like Law or honestly, the pass as a good shot.
Yeah, maybe.
Funny enough, just a lot of good water character players in France. I mean, it's funny. Obviously, one of the best players in France started in Euros 2 and has just exploded in skill. Hey, so you're never getting Raz banned, Fnan, but you're definitely too good to play in Euros 2. Yeah, if I had to go based purely off past results, not my own personal opinions, Law, obviously the past, so, I mean, it'd be really funny if the next
Yeah.
to get banned was the other French Orcane, as we had Nosages last week.
Yeah. I feel like these two, they could start winning Euros very soon. I think like now that Nosage is banned, it kinda opens. Well, it's not like they couldn't beat him, but it was hard since Nosage is really good too.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Just gonna look through our chat and see any questions. So Alicia asked, who do you prefer between Galvin, Lorena, and Slade? So the past 3 characters.
I know why she is asking this question to me. I don't really like any of the last third character that were added. Not really a big fan of any of their designs. I feel like I don't really like playing against any of them. I feel like they usually just play kinda annoying in neutral. Like Galvan just throws neutral B, and it's kinda annoying. I feel like Larena just puts me between the chair. Well, when I'm between her and the chair, it's annoying. I have to like go eat the chair so before being able to really play. And then she punishes very hard too, so not a fan.
Yeah. Alicia has made an addendum. You've probably just seen it. Kiss, marry, kill, Galvin, Lorena Slade.
Okay. Kiss, marry, kill. No, I think this one is easy. I think I kiss Slade, I marry Larena, and I kill Galvan.
Hell yeah.
That's my answer.
Okay, and for a real question, sorry, Alicia, I didn't mean to throw shade there. Cross asks, what stage layout you would like to see added next?
I'm not really sure. I don't. I feel like we already have a lot of the most common layouts. So maybe something like that is like kinda similar to like a current metal refinery, but only when there's not the platform in the middle, just like when it's on the side, but all the time. I think there's a stage like that in Rivals 1 too.
Yeah,
I think it's like the Ori stage, no?
yeah, Spirit Tree, yeah. Thank you for
Yeah,
reminding me.
maybe something like that could be fun. But I don't really know what it would be replacing. I feel like the current stage list is pretty good. Well, I know a lot of people don't really like Hyperborean Arbor, but I don't really mind it. I think it's well, it's definitely a weird stage, but I feel like it's okay. I'm glad they removed Armada though. This one was the slanted walls, all that. Not a fan.
Honestly, I'm still holding out hope for just a final destination. Honestly, just a flat plane. I know with the current cast of characters we have, it's gonna be, not
I feel
the
like
best.
your final destination might be a bit too polarizing.
Yeah, but still could be
But
fun.
if you think about it, like a stage like Spirit Tree is pretty similar to FD, with some platform on the sides. So yeah, I'm not really sure. I feel like FD could be it could be a bit toxic for like certain characters. Yeah. I'm not sure they will add it, but maybe. I don't really see which stage it would replace in the current rule set.
Well, okay. Well, while we have a stable frame rate, at least for the moment, is there anything else you would like to say to the audience? Any last words before we say goodbye?
Well, I don't think I have anything more to say. Well, I can. Well, thanks to the people that listen to that listen to the stream, and thank you for inviting me again. It was really nice.
Yeah, of course. It was really cool to have you. So I guess with that, I will finally let you go from this. Thank you again for coming, and yeah, yeah, it was really nice to have you. Obviously, we had a few a few drops, but that's fine. I'll figure it out. I don't know what's
Okay.
happening though, because like my CPU looks all right, my memory is fine. I'll figure something out. But yeah, thank you again. Yeah, that is all the time we have with Game of Poppy. So yeah, take care.
Take care. Bye.
Okay. Now, with that, we are going to take a. Oh my god, my frames. Okay, we are going to take a quick break to get ready for our next guest. And then I will be right back. So, see you all in just a moment. Next up, we have a friend of mine, a commentator and player, was an honorable mention in the French PR. We now have Missy. Hello, Missy.
Hey,
How are you today?
I'm doing pretty alright. What about you?
Yeah, I've gone over the heartbreak of the stream dying, so we're good to go with this. Yeah, as I've hopefully explained, this is now post-recorded, I suppose, because of what happened when we tried live streaming. Which sucks because it really got bad as soon as we were about to have you. So, but
Yeah.
yeah, I guess with that out of the way, please introduce yourself.
So I'm Missy. I've been playing Rivals 2 since the very beginning of it, which means the early days of the Kickstarter beta, and I haven't stopped playing ever since. I've been TOing here and there. Really, I've been more active of a TO in my Smash Ultimate days, but maybe we'll get back to that in a few minutes. But yeah, I've been enjoying the game so far ever since. Been playing, been tearing for a bit. Actually, just came back from a local yesterday where I've done both. And yeah, commentating is also a thing that I do. Not to the same level as some other people in France. I know you've had Matthias earlier. I can only aspire to be as good as he is. But yeah, I enjoy doing this on the side as well. I don't know what else to say. Is there anything you want me to say? I suppose you will cover that in the following questions.
Yeah, and I guess I'll just get straight to it. Again, you've been playing Rivals since the Rivals 2 at least from the very beginning, and
Yeah.
you do play and have played Smash and TO'd for it. But what was the main game you played before Rivals 2 specifically?
Before Rivals 2, that would be Ultimate, I'm pretty sure, because, I mean, as far as things go, I'm fairly new in the FGC as a whole. Smash Ultimate was my first proper competitive fighting game, and I started playing that not like as the scene started growing with the release of the game, but in late 2021, which is pretty late for Ultimate, all things considered. I also started playing Rivals 1 pretty late, somewhere around maybe 23, I would say, maybe 22. So I've been playing like for only a couple of years basically, and then Rivals 2 started slowly but surely coming out, and its Kickstarter beta days. But yeah, my main game was Smash Ultimate before Rivals 2, even though I did play Rivals 1 on the side. And I did play a couple like traditional fighting games on the side, but only like as a like casual player. I didn't enter much of those like Street Fighter 6 or Guilty Gear Strive and whatnot.
Yeah, fair enough. Again, with Smash Ultimate, I guess, as the main example, is there anything from that game or any other titles you've played that you miss that Rivals 2 doesn't have?
Interesting question, because I feel like Rivals 2 already does a good job at compiling most of what's really good in other plat fighters. Some people say that's a negative because it makes Rivals 2 less unique than what Rivals 1 is. And they say that it has definitely less identity that Rivals 1 had. I personally don't really mind that, and I think that most plat fighter mechanics that are in Rivals 2 are things that I really like in a platform fighter. Is there anything from Ultimate that I would like to be added to Rivals 2? Not that I can think out of the top of my head. There's definitely things that I don't want them to add. Things like untechable moves after a certain percentage threshold. That was a big pet peeve of mine in my old days. Things like mashing to get out of grabs is also something that I don't really like. I don't know. Maybe more like fake kill screens would actually make the game a little bit more hype to spectate, but that could make it more nerve-wracking to play, actually, so I'm not really sure about that one.
Oh, so like non-guaranteed kills, basically.
Yeah.
Because obviously, yeah, Ultimate's like zoom-ins weren't always a kill, so yeah, I get that. That'd be actually pretty cool.
They look cool. They don't feel super good
No.
to play with, but they do look very cool.
But yeah, honestly, yeah, some of the stuff from Smash definitely should not return to Rivals, especially untechable higher percent strong hits. That would be just terrible for balance. But I mean, speaking of the games themselves, how would you actually describe your playstyle? Because obviously, for those who don't know, you're pretty damn good Loxodon. So, how would you describe your playstyle?
So you mentioned they got me in the honorable mention category in the latest French PR. I'm surprised they didn't get a dishonorable mention category for me specifically, because I do think I play in a very dishonorable way. I mean, if you've seen my various Steam renames in the recent past, you know how I like to go about things. I think I play in a very defensive style, at least as far as Loxodon is concerned. But yeah, I think I like to observe and to punish opponents rather than taking the initiative myself, which Lox can definitely do. Although he doesn't really have the burst movement that some other characters boast in, like Maple, maybe Claren, and whatnot. I think Lox definitely compensates in that department by having the biggest range to be able to whiff punish mistakes from his opponents. And so I heavily rely on that, in my opinion. And yeah, once I get a lead, I tend to really not let go of it, which is why you'll see me stall the ledge for hours and hours. Like in pretty much every matchup except maybe Upsa or people who can like very safely contest it. Because people who don't know how to deal with this kind of playstyle take a lot of chip damage trying to just get me off the ledge. And I've been slowly but surely improving, just in keeping on doing that, rather than just getting bored with it myself. Because when you try to play like that, I feel like this is the biggest pitfall you can fall into, is get bored with your own play style. So if you're playing defensively, you really have to be good at sticking to that game plan no matter what. And I feel like I've been getting better at doing this specifically.
Yeah. Obviously, we've seen you in Euros too a couple times. So
Yeah.
Also, yeah, your current Steam name being Larry Ledge Store really shines.
That's one of them.
Yeah, well, that's your current one. So
Yeah.
regardless, obviously, getting onto a PR but requires you to actually enter tournaments. But what would you say specifically, if at all, actually would make you compete?
Like my motivations. I feel like it's just enjoying the game in and of itself, and maybe it's I started competing in my first big game, which was Ultimate, because of a genuine like competitive drive. At the time I was a bit more interested in proving to myself and to others that I could be good at that game, and I don't really have that anymore for Rivals 2 per se, but I guess I just carry the habit of entering tournaments from Ultimate, and this has become my way of playing the game mainly. I enter a bit of tournaments, not as much as lots of people in the community, but I do enter enough to be on a PR, I suppose, and I do lots of ranked. As opposed to people who hop on unranked or other formats like doubles or one-on-one private sessions. So even though I don't really compete because of the grind or because of I don't know, because the competition in and of itself is what drives me to play. It's just because of habits, I suppose. But the bottom line for Rivals 2 would be just because I love playing the game. If I could, and if I enjoyed those formats, I would also enter doubles and whatnot. It's just I'm used to good old one-on-one double elimination brackets, so I stick to it.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I guess being a habitual bracket enterer, it carries over, especially in the FGC. I know you've not been in the FGC as a whole for a long while, but you've already got the right mentality for it, I'd say. So, but on top of that, semi related, you do also enter quite a few locals. Like you went to La Defa, and you obviously go to Arrival and Molten Merendo. So, what actually for those in-person tournaments, what makes it feel worth it to actually travel for those to you?
It's definitely the things outside of the brackets, the social aspect of it. Getting to see and talk to the people that you only get to interact with online otherwise is really, really fulfilling. And also things you do literally outside of the event whilst you're there. So things like going out for dinner or something with other players, getting to stay at an Airbnb or someone's flat with other players is also really, really fun if you're an enjoyer of those things. And I also enter locals a lot because I really, really want this game to do well, and I really want to support the offline scene in order to do so. But yeah, in the end, it's just the social aspect of things is really, really gratifying for me, especially in EU. I feel like because we obviously don't all speak the same languages, as opposed to regions like NA where most people natively speak English. And I feel like overcoming the language barrier in EU by attending things in person is actually really cool, and getting to do that by playing some Rivals 2 is as good a way as any, I suppose. It's I feel like traveling to other tournaments in EU specifically definitely has that extra flavor that NA doesn't have, I imagine. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is probably the most common answer I get is, again, the social aspect, seeing friends that you see like every other month or haven't met before. It's definitely why I started going to locals and just never stopped since. But yeah, I mean, again, like Arrival, obviously, most of our friends specifically go to Arrival each
Oh, yeah.
time, so it's always a blast. Obviously, I live a bit too close to London to justify also spending the night in Airbnb, so I miss out on that, but at the same time, I get to hang out with my friends for a day, so... But with that in mind, because I feel like I know at least a vague answer to this for you, is what is your favourite memory of an event?
Already for the reasons mentioned in the previous question, I think this has to be an offline event, even though I've entered many good online ones. Actually, let me pull up my my super major profile for this because I have to have a list.
Yeah, well, let's see. You've been to, again, Ladufa, Arrival 4, 3, Molten Marindero 3, UFA, City Lab, Smash Fest, Somnia.
I feel like it has to. I feel like there has to be. I feel like there has to be a tie between a few of those. Yeah, if I only had to mention 3 events
Yeah.
in no particular order, I would say Valhalla 5 in Copenhagen in summer 2025, spring 2025. Probably, probably City Lab Smash Fest 25, and one of the arrivals. I would say Arrival 3. Arrival 3 was the one in late 2025.
Yeah.
No surprise, it's I really like offline events for, as I've already mentioned, and those in particular we've done so much outside the tournaments that I've made really good memories with the people I was staying over with. And yeah, Valhalla 5, we had like legendary Lebanese breakfast every day, which is something I hope I can do more of in the future. CT Lab Smash Fest, I got to do rock climbing with the local scene, which was a blessing. And Arrival is ultimately where I made most of my UK friends, you included. So it's something that I really hold near and dear to my heart. So I guess those 3 are a good representation of the events that I really enjoyed looking back.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like it, and obviously, I wasn't fully expecting you just to pick one specific moment out of all of the locals you've been to, so that was a very nice answer. Still, you went rock climbing
Yeah.
in City Lab in Spain. That's awesome. Yeah. Anything? Again, earlier, you mentioned you've organised a few brackets. What would you say is the biggest hurdle, or I guess just what is the biggest hurdle when organising a bracket event for you?
So it's definitely easier hosting an online event for sure. Because when you host an offline event, and I know other people have already given that specific answer, getting enough setups that work well enough for the event is definitely the biggest hurdle for me personally. Because I come from the Smash Ultimate scene where everyone, their dog and their grandmother owns a Nintendo Switch with the game on it, and so it's really easy for them to ask, for you to ask them to bring it to the event, and there you go, you got another setup in the list. For Rivals 2, this is obviously not the case, and whilst I was an offline tier for Ultimate, we also did host Rivals 1 side brackets, and for those, we usually had enough people who were able to bring, their laptop that ran the game well enough. But for Rivals 2, I yet have to find an event where we don't source the setups from an external source. So this is definitely the biggest one, which is why online brackets run so much more smoothly, because you don't have to worry about that at all. Obviously, yeah, it's. I would even go as far as to say as finding setups for Rivals 2 is 10 times harder than finding a venue, to be honest.
Yeah, because at least with a venue, it doesn't have to specifically be a gaming place. Obviously, some events get, I guess, lucky or are able to afford like a dedicated space for gaming, like the Red Bull Gaming Sphere for Arrival. But you'll see like most events, unlike the big names, will just be in like halls, universities, and stuff like that. So yeah, definitely. Again, I've heard the same baseline answer from a lot of TOs. It's always gonna be, the setups that are the main issue. But yeah, I mean, obviously, online you don't have to worry about that. All you have to worry about are people checking in and having a stable enough connection, which you come to expect on a PC tournament at least. But okay, and now I've got two fun questions I'd like to ask my TO guests. First of all, just how confident are you in your own seeding?
Oh, I definitely have a big imposter syndrome when it comes to that specific part of things, because I do know the scene kind of well, I would say, but I feel like I don't really do a bang up job at doing seeding as much as I did during my earlier TOing days. I don't really know why that is the case, but every time I had, suggested a seeding in TO backrooms, everyone had like suggestions to modify it, but like major ones. And I was like, really? Do you expect this person to do that bad or that good? I thought they had decent enough results, or I didn't see any big upset that they made recently, and every single time I trusted them and they were right. So I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong for this game when it comes to seeding, but yeah, I'm not super confident when it comes to my own seeding, which is why I'm very thankful that I can rely on other people's advice to course correct it. Yeah, I'm not 100% confident, but thankful I can rely on others to do a better job than I do.
Yeah, I think the main problem is, at least for us in Europe for Rivals, is we have a lot of ranked demons. We have, especially like outside of obviously Europe PR, a lot of our really good players either don't enter a lot, don't play ranked a lot. So there's a lot of overlap between really good ranked players, really good bracket players, and just everything in between. That makes it very case by case, whether you go off of results or what other people say, I suppose.
Yeah.
Because like honestly, there are some there are some players that just don't show up. Like Alki Hamsi, I still remember.
Yeah.
Only entered,
one of them.
yeah, only entered one RTCS event last season and won it. Like,
Yep.
he is a bracket, not even a bracket demon. He's like a bracket bad omen. If you see him, something's happening.
Yeah, he's definitely not the only culprit in that. I feel like Drip Collector is another one. we also have a couple ones in France as well. You know, Gleef doesn't enter much for various reasons, but he entered a local last week and won it without dropping a single game. He was seeded first, mind you, but uh, you know, he still did like very, very, very well. Maybe even better than some of us expected. And I feel like those particular individuals, you know, as a very ranked heavy player myself, I feel like I know most of those people, and whenever they show up, I tend to be the one wanting the other tiers that, hey, I know this person from playing rank and they're really good, and maybe we should seed them decently high. But even when you have that kind of knowledge, it's hard to make a decision because you have to commit to a pretty good seed for them. And because if you like seed them pretty high and then they don't end up performing that well, then you look like an idiot. And so if you start playing it safe and say, okay, maybe they'll go like 3-2 or something, and they destroy your event and they go +4 on their seed, you also like look like an idiot. So it's very hard to gauge whether they're only good as a ranked player or if they actually can do well in brackets. Because sometimes, as you mentioned, these two things are not exactly the same. So yeah, it's definitely hard to see those players even when you know them from playing ranked.
Yeah, like I remember, like time and time again when I do Euros too, time and time again people question my seeding. Usually 10 minutes before bracket starts, but that's a whole nother thing. But like I'll seed, for example, like Law, a
Yeah.
really good runner. I'll seed them number 1 over a bunch of players because they just out of nowhere will decide, hey, I'm gonna run this bracket. So even some players are also case by case because like depending on who else is in the bracket, then it completely
Oh, yeah.
changes. Because
Yeah.
yeah, you have to factor in player matchups, character matchups, the day of the week, the phase of the moon, whatever.
Yeah, things like that. Also, I feel like you don't have a lot of luck in that department because Euros is one of the big names in the online EU scene. You know, if you join the official European server, that's the main tournament that you see advertised. So this is the entry point for many players, and you know, ranked demons and hidden bosses included, obviously. So you know, I kind of empathize with you on that one because you have to deal with so many of those. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's neither here nor there. I had a whole conversation with Metaben about Euros, so I'll keep that part brief. But I think, actually, before we get to the end of it, I still have a few more. Now, again, this is really a for fun question. Should TOs be allowed to enact capital punishment against attendees that hold up the bracket?
I feel like in most extreme cases, there's definitely an itch to be scratched there. You know, I don't have a specific example of the top of my head right now, but you mentioning this, you know, definitely sparked something in my brain. You know, I definitely feel like I have encountered some of that jazz. Yeah, definitely.
I remember asking Focus Miss that question when we did the post-RTCS interviews, and then he gave a really compelling answer. I specified this was for fun, and he was just like, you know, if I forget exactly what I said, I just remember it being really compelling. Like, it's, oh, if they're not here for 10 minutes, that's fine. If they're not here for half an hour, DQ. If they aren't here for half an hour and then just show up after being DQ'd, oh well. But no, some players need to learn the hard way.
Yeah. I mean, we all have our reasons in the end, of things outside the scope of the bracket itself. But sometimes you'll run a bracket and you'll be like, okay, where's the loser's side of things? How's it going? Okay, we're running on schedule. And then why is this set not, why has it not been played yet? And you're like, oh, why are they playing on their mobile hotspot? Why are they having a smoke outside or whatever?
Yeah, and especially with online brackets, somehow online TOing past the bracket actually starting can be more annoying because at least with a local you can just find the player
Yeah,
online.
they're always within arm's reach.
Yeah,
Usually.
like a lot of the time, and this is no fault to the newer players, but obviously StartGG can be a little bit of a confusing website, especially to those who haven't used it before.
Yeah.
So having to check in for every set, having to verify your scores, I get it, but at the same time, it costs at least 10 minutes per set if that goes wrong. And on loser's side, that is too much time. But still, moving away from all of that. Again, you've done some commentary, done like R2CS, and stuff along that lines. What actually drew you to commentating in the first place?
So, as with many of my answers, I think this dates back to my ultimate days where we would have those bi-weekly tournaments in my city, and I quickly, hopped on the TOing team, and we all were like Swiss Army knives in that we didn't only do specifically, bracket set reporting, but we also all did, setup installation, and we all did, some kind of OBS and stream setup, and also sometimes commentary because we always had a setup with like 2 mics that was hooked up to the stream, and it wasn't for anyone specifically. Anyone was open to just hop on and commentate should they want to do so. And at some point I found myself just hopping on, probably with someone else, someone who I wasn't really familiar with, but just for the fun of it, I started hopping on, and slowly but surely I kind of grew fond of doing that. And to this day, I don't feel like my motivation has transformed into anything deeper than that. I would love to be able to say something like, "Oh, it's really fulfilling for me to be able to translate certain hidden actions to the listening audience, or share my specific character knowledge on Loxodon or something." I just kind of like doing it. Is very much all there is to it, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't enjoy it, what's the bother? Like, yeah, I love commentating. Obviously, I've been doing it for years, so I have picked up the tools of the trade. But at the same time, even if I hadn't, I'd still do it just because it's fun. I like to be able to add something to the game for people to watch. But how would you actually describe your style of commentary if you had to?
So if we're going to mention the classic dichotomy between play-by-play and analysis commentary, I feel like many commentators, I fall into both categories at the same time. And I'm only good at analyzing things that are either, very relevant to my own character, or things that are very obvious. But if you ask me to delve into some matchup-specific topics in, like, Claren versus Fleet, I will usually rely on my co-commentator. But on the other hand, I feel like I can do play-by-play just as well. And I don't feel like I have any particular one strength. I feel like I'm a kind of a jack of all trades. I don't do anything really well, but I can manage in every department.
Yeah.
Maybe the one thing I'm having trouble with. I have trouble with is really hyping up the crowd. You know, doing the intro segments or things like that is something I usually tend to delegate to my co-commentator, and they usually do a way better job than I imagine doing myself. But other than that, you know, I can just do whatever.
Yeah. Again, yeah, the whole thing of play-by-play or analyze, yeah, there's definitely different circumstances to call for either of those. Obviously, if you have a co-commentator that does one and you're able to do the other, that really adds to it, but sometimes you just gotta do it by the vibe. If it's, you know, a fun...
Yeah, it's a dynamic thing.
Yeah, if it's a fun little bracket and you've got a, you know, a chilled, laid-back co-commentator, have fun with it, make jokes. If it's, you know, a huge bracket with stakes and your co-commentator is also feeling the hype, make it like the event that it really is. But yeah, that you can actually, that reminds me, that you can remember. What is the hypest / best moment that you've commentated for?
I feel like this has to be an offline event because you can definitely feel the hype way better than in an online setting. And also, online commentary kind of sucks because it's really hard, because of the delay, it's really hard to not overstep and interrupt your co-commentator. Whereas in offline settings, it's, you know, the feedback is obviously instant, and you can also rely on other cues to try and cue in or something. So the commentary tends to be better offline. I feel like the commentary I did for City Lab Smash Fest 25 top 8 was one of my better experiences. The hardware wasn't the best. At some point, my co-commentator didn't have my feedback in their ear, which ended up causing them to interrupt me more than they would have. But we quickly fixed that. But you know, we really had a nice chemistry, I feel like, because we did know each other on a personal basis outside of this event, and so this was really easy for us to just jump back and forth. And I feel like the top 8 was hype enough that we managed to kind of like make it look like it was, because it really was. It was Elfinan's first really big event, and it was right after his debut. I think it was after he had already popped off in Euros brackets, so people were starting to know who he was, and so he did a really good. He ended up placing really well at that event. You know, at least top 8, but I feel like it was maybe 5th or 7th, something like that. And we got to see a handful of his matches. It was really fun. It was really hype. And in the end, I feel like this is the one commentary experience where I feel like I did the best, and like the hype was the biggest, at least from my own perspective.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like it. And just to, I guess, iterate what you were saying, Elfinan, yeah, got 5th place,
Yeah.
winning over Cone, Mick, and a few others, but I think dropping down from Sand after being knocked down
that
to
side
those
was
by
really
the,
funny.
But yeah, I mean, I'll always sing Elfinan's praises, and rightly so. I mean, I don't know how many times I said it this video, but Elfinan has really improved this past year, like to an insane degree. Obviously, just because of their own skill and also help from like the school server, Metaben, a few other coaches as well. So I'd like to say I started their road to victory by having you.
In a way, you definitely did, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's not for me to decide. It'd be kind of a, you know, it's big-headed of me to say that, but regardless, I believe, yeah, that is pretty much all the questions I have for you. So, in that case, do you have a question or questions for me?
Yeah, actually, so you've been organizing Euros for years and years now. Maybe it's something you've already answered, but I don't know the answer for it myself. Any hopes of organizing something offline? You mentioned you lived close enough to London that you can attend basically every single arrival event. So maybe do you think there's something you could do either in your local scene or the London scene, either by yourself or with other seasoned TOs from that kind of area in the UK?
I mean, I would love to run my own local event. I think the only limiting factors for me specifically is money. I don't have a full-time job. No matter how hard I try, the job economy in the UK is in shambles right now, but that's a different conversation for a different day. I think, again, I like to say I'm friends with a lot of the TOs in Europe and in the UK. Obviously, the team over at East London Smash, who run Arrival, I could try and talk to them, but at that point it would just be a second Arrival. They got a really good deal on the venue they use for Arrival, which I would not be able to replicate because it's with an old friend. I remember RCS Season 8, I looked into setting up my own local, and it was looking promising. The communication with the venue manager just slipped. And at that point it was out of my control, but I feel like if I was able to, I would definitely run my own event. Who knows, hopefully, with what we've been doing with Rivals of Aether Europe, it's a lot easier, a lot more manageable. But yeah, if given the chance, I would love to host an event, hopefully closer to home. I don't know if there's many good venues in my county that I can think of off the top of my head, but yeah, obviously I love this game. I love hosting events for it, that's why I'm doing this, so I feel like it would be probably my biggest achievement would be to host something like that, but till then, that's just a dream. Who knows, maybe I'll attempt it one day, but for now, I've got my weekly bracket, I've got, all this. Though something I do want to, I guess, soft launch with this video is the idea of doing a charity event. I brought this up with a few TOs, but sometime soon I want to get to work on a charity event like we used to do back in the day. I need to decide, obviously, what charity, the goals, what the event is, but yeah, I would just love to use this platform I guess, not even made, stole and grew. So yeah. But apart from that, yeah, thank you very, very much, Missy, for coming on.
Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the quality of the production. I know I know the internet connections wasn't the best on the day of, but that's obviously outside of your control. So
Yeah.
thank you for making this replacement solution happen. I was really glad to be invited, and I'm really happy to have done this with you.
Yeah, if you can see this little box thing right there, we had it installed a couple days ago, and it was set up nice. I plugged it in with my Ethernet, got 6,000 megabytes of download speed. It was beautiful, and then it stopped working. So,
A very short-lived career.
oh, it was beautiful while it lasted. Yeah, thank you again, Missy. Of course. Is there anything you would like to say to our audience? I know you don't get any live feedback from it, but anything you'd like to say to the audience? Any shout-outs, any last words, anything like that?
Support your locals.
Hell yeah. Okay, well, I'll let you go now, and yeah, of course, says on screen, but also will be in the description. You can find Missy on Blue Sky. And yeah, I'll see you around, Missy.
Yeah.
And for our final guests of the show, again, guests, we have number 3 and 12 on the PRs. Fucking the PRs. Okay. And for hello. And last but not least, we have our last 2 guests, both number 3 and number 12 respectively, on the French PR. One of them yet to be Razband. I'll let you guess which one. It is Elfinan and Sauls. Hello, you two.
Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah. I'll let you continue.
Well, yeah, for those who are wondering why I'm deciding to do 2 guests at once, well, last time I had a special guest with SBS from, North America. So I thought I wanted to do something special this time, add a little gimmick, and these 2 seem to be the perfect fit for that, so why not? How are you 2?
Fnan, you can begin.
Well, I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you for inviting us. It's a pleasure. It's an honor for us to be here today, to be interviewed. So for the one who doesn't know me, I will start to introduce myself. Well, I'm Elfnan. I'm 20 and I'm French player. One of the French Moron you can see now. French Moron, and I started playing Rival Fighter 2 since its release, and I am now the third one, the first place play. I don't know how to talk anymore.
That's okay.
I'm the third best one to play in France. I'm currently playing Olympia now. I don't have any sub now, but yeah, here we are.
Now that Fnan is finished, I'm gonna introduce myself. I'm Sauls, or you can call me Soals as you prefer, because everyone can call me whatever they like. And I'm 19, so a bit younger than Elfnan, I think. And I play Etalus, and I'm currently the top 2 best ever French player in France. And also I was elected as the 12th best player in the PR, so in the European PR. And to be honest, I was kind of not expecting it. It was like a big surprise for me, and I'm very glad to make it. And I hope for the next time, Elfland is gonna be in there too, because he deserves it.
Well, yeah.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, I mean, again, both of you, two of the best players in the country. Obviously, we already had number one on the PR last time, so
Yeah.
why not have the two runners up as well? And again, yeah, both of you amazing at the game. And I said earlier, one of you yet to be Razband, and that is Elphanon, who hasn't played in URAS since the very beginning. Well, yeah, you were one of the first URAS 2 entrants, I believe number 13 and 14, and then you just exploded in skill out of nowhere. So, but before we get to that, what were your main games before Rivals 2? Cells, I'll let you go first.
I was a big player of Smash Ultimate, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and I have like maybe 5,000 hours in this game, which is a lot, and I kind of realize now that all these years playing that game was like kind of wasted, because today I'm just like thinking about how could I just play this game for this long and don't realize that it's really, really bad, instead of playing like Rivals of Aether 1. And that's why I stopped playing a long time ago, and I started playing Rivals 1 with a Rastor main, and I was kinda bad at the beginning, of course, because that was really new. The wave dash was new. The characters were so original that it was very, very hard to begin. And but I continued playing on, and when I saw that there was a Rivals 2 that will come out, I said to myself that I wanted to compete in this game, and that's why I started playing a lot of Rivals 1 competitively, to then having an advantage in Rivals 2, because I have the knowledge of Smash Ultimate, but also the knowledge of Rivals 1. Yeah.
Nice. And Elphanon?
Well, to me, I wasn't playing like Souls do in Ultimate. I tried, of course, but I wasn't really that good. So instead of playing a lot of Ultimate, I started to play with Brawlhalla. I started playing with Brawlhalla. I was kind of good because I hit Diamond one time. I was basically playing Canon. With legends such as Sidra or Linfei. It was really cool, but in the end I dropped when the game was still good, because one of my friends who is one of my closest friends now showed me Rival of Aether 1, and I fall in love with this game. I liked a lot this game. He was destroying me at the beginning, so I was kind of frustrated, and then I started training. I wasn't very famous because I came very late in the French community, but I could play with big players such as Zonix, such as Maxime. Maybe those name, maybe someone does know their name, but so yeah, I learned a lot from them. And then Rivals 2 came, and here we are.
Yeah, yeah, obviously, Shush, Maxime, big names in the European Rivals 1 community. There's still somewhat around to this day, but obviously not at a competitive level they once were. But yeah, Brawlhalla is an interesting one. Obviously, it's also a platform fighter. I used to play a lot of Brawlhalla as well, but
Oh,
never competitively. But but yeah, if anything, with that, is there anything you miss from, you know, Smash or Brawlhalla that isn't in Rivals 2?
wow. Tough question. uh, uh, to be honest, maybe if we could get like one maybe things that that I loved in Brawlhalla would be maybe the gravity console the gravity console move, you know. It would be crazy as fuck. I know. It wouldn't fit in the game, but personally, I just liked this move a lot. I just like doing my gravity console trusting with Sidra off stage.
Yeah.
It was very funny, but yeah, it may be one of the thing I miss from that game, because I loved a lot I love the Brawlhalla mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, sure, it would take away one of Raster's most unique parts of his kit and make it for everyone. I feel like it'd be like a good casual game mode. Like if you remember in Rivals 1 there was the Abyss
Yes,
runes. Yeah, Abyss mode. Doing something like that where everyone can do aerial strongs, something like that. But
Yeah.
Sals, anything you missed from previous
Um,
games you've played?
Well, not really. Not a lot of mechanics that were in SSBU didn't make it in Rivals 2. So it was very simple for me to get into Rivals 2. But I kinda missed something, and it's just the characters. I love certain characters, not Steve, but I was playing Mario and Ice Climbers on Ultimate, and I really like them a lot. And that may be the only thing I miss from this game, because Mario, he was a ladder focused character with quick attacks, quick combos. I really loved when I dunked on my opponent. It was like the most satisfying thing in the world. And for Ice Climbers, I love to desync because it was like something not a lot players can do, and it was really strong when used correctly. But it's just the characters, not mechanics, so I wouldn't want them in the game because that would be really hard to implement, except with the workshop, of course.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it'd be really interesting to see how Ape Studios does a character like Ice Climbers. You know, whether they just do a puppet style character like with traditional fighting games, or you do, you know, something like Rosalina and Luma, stuff like that. But regardless, if anything, that is a perfect segue into my next question for you both. What is a character, can be pre-existing in Rivals lore or otherwise, a character or archetype or even just animal you would like to see added to Rivals 2?
There is this character in Rivals 1, which is missing in the Rivals 2, and it's a wolf, and I really liked it because it was my first main when I started playing Rivals 1, and I thought his moveset was so fucking cool. And
Sylvanas.
because what?
Sylvanas?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sylvanas. Yeah, I didn't forget his name,
Yeah.
but it was like too. Sorry. I really liked how his moves were like really really big, so I didn't care about people rushing me that much. And the mechanic, it was the first mechanic I saw, and it was the coolest thing I ever seen, because you can walk and you make herb, and then you can detonate it, and everyone that is in the range gets hit. And it seems so busted, but now I realize that it isn't that busted, because the parry exists. But yeah, I want him, and if he doesn't come in like 1 or 2 years, maybe I'm gonna be sad, and I'm gonna stop playing this game. No, that's not true, because it does exist now.
Yeah, I mean, Sylvanas is a very, very popular pick. Everyone I talk to wants Sylvanas, even if it's not the main character they want. I know so many people from the Rivals 1 days are waiting for Sylvanas to drop before they start playing Rivals 2, so... and what about you, Elfnan? Again, pre-existing character, just an archetype, anything.
I already know the answer.
Well, obviously, Sol knows the answer, but personally, I used to play a lot Pom in World of Wars 1. So, well, now I don't think she will come back, because we have like maybe the same character but in better, which is Fleet. I think. Because of her projectile, because of her movement, with a big console, you can like keep the momentum of her B, so you can go very far. She's really good off stage. She has a lot of things. However, Pom in Rivals 1, she feels really really cool to play. I used to play her a lot with Olympia. I played both, right? Yeah. But I love using my side B in Rivals 1 as a startup to do combo. I loved a lot using her back air, her upper also to take low stock, her forwarder also to be fast in the air, because when you float and you because it's like maybe Arcane. When you go like backward in the air and use the forwarder, she will go fast.
Mm.
So it was something I used a lot in World Wars 1, and I still do it when I go to this game, because I love this game, of course. But
And
but
because
yeah.
of the workshop, huh?
Well,
It's another topic, but yeah.
to be fair,
Yeah, but
no, I'll let you finish
Nah,
first.
Yeah, it's just that there is this character in workshop that Elfnan loves to play.
we love to play. Don't like.
Yeah. I like to play it sometimes, but like it's like you want to play him on every game you want. Like it's kind of exhausting sometimes.
What character, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't know if you want to know.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna say it's Hamster White or maybe Omni-Man. Those are the two characters that he likes the most, and if you search it on the workshop, you're gonna see immediately that it's some bullshit character with bullshit hitboxes, bullshit animations, and yeah, pretty much everything is bullshit. But it's really, really fucking funny.
Fair enough. Well, yeah. Honestly, obviously, I feel like Aether Studios are going to bring back all of Rivals' original cast. Obviously, apart from like Ori and Scene and Shovel Knight. But I feel like the actual original characters are almost guaranteed to come back. They're not just gonna let those die in the last game. But obviously, there are so many characters they have to get through already, and again, they're still making original characters. I mean, Galvin didn't exist before Rivals 2, so...
Of course.
Who knows? But all I know is I still miss Shovel Knight, and we're never getting him back. And it's fine. It's fine. Anyway,
Shovel Knight was fun.
yeah. Anyways, getting away from that. Again, you guys are pretty damn well known in the scene as two very good players. How would you... Actually, I want to switch up how I answer this. How would you describe each other's playstyles?
Oh, well, okay. Do you want to go first, Ftan?
Okay, let me go first. If I have to say, with my own words, I would say he's fucking annoying, bear. And he's really good because he's annoying. But why is he annoying? For several reasons. The first, he used a lot of his movement on stage. He might be, to be honest, I think he might be the player who I have the most, who I struggle the most when I get shit pressured. To be honest, yeah, even the best players in Europe who I struggle, of course. Well, I can find a lot of things. I can find like so some weak point. I can use in their some bridge. I can find in their offense. However, against Souls, most of the time I have like to react every time about what he's doing, because he's going really fast, and since and I won't say my character is bad, but since I play Olympia, I like a bit of range, so he can cross up a lot. He can do a lot of things, and obviously Souls is a monster of stage. I think now with friends he's well done for this. He might be the best player to play off stage, to edge guard someone. He might be the best, even above Zen, because Zen is a monster of stage as well. But he proved us at La Déter, the last one, not the last one, but the one that happened in February, where I came. He was like nothing. No one could like pretend at that title, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah. For me, his biggest strength might be his movement, his shield pressure, and his gameplay off stage. He has the power to find like any bridge, any timing to I don't know how to say it, but to punish you, to guarantee a kill each most of the time he is off stage with you.
Yeah, well, and Salas, how would you describe Elfnan's gameplay?
Elfnan's gameplay is really aggressive because he plays Olympia, so it makes that he needs to approach in order to take stocks, to make combos, and to kill. Yeah. But I'd say that of all the Oli players that I fought, he is the most aggressive one, but also the most mind game one. Like he's really good to read someone's intentions. When he puts you on a platform, he instantly knows where you are gonna take, and it makes him like really fun to watch, because he's gonna do like the biggest hard read that you ever seen. Like when he donors you onto the platform, he's gonna do like a Dacus on one of the side of the platform, and he's always right on the read. So it kills, and it makes him so much more hype than every other Olympias. Because if I can compare with maybe Fishing Man likes to throw his jam and to jam dash instantly. Fnan is not like that. Fnan is really thinks a lot when he plays neutral, and it's really unpredictable. He moves very well, and also he utilizes a lot more jab than any other Olympias, and I think that's why he's very good in the neutral.
Well, yeah, honestly, you two both hit the nail on the head there. Yeah, again, obviously, Sal's you're really good off stage, and use Agilis's movement to its fullest, and Elfinan, obviously, you somehow have a direct input into your opponent's head, which I'll never be able to understand, but it always makes for some hype moments. But apart from that, obviously, when it comes to being at the level you two are at, that comes with a lot of competition. Is there any singular memory of an event, this can be a local or an online tournament, that you'd consider your favorite?
Yeah, the one of the best moments that I saw was at the UFA. It was the set with Elfnan and Tenkuchus at the I think it was in top 8, or was it in top 8?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. It was a loser's top 8.
It was really because we were a lot of people that I was with other friends, and we were watching Elfnan getting to top 8 and maybe beating Tenkuchus, and everything that he did in that match was like out of something that's not. I couldn't have thought that he would do something like that. Maybe like the up tilt spike that killed Tenkuchus. It was really what? How that's even possible? And a lot of things like that. And also Tenkuchus was really Tenkuchus was really aussi sorry. Oh shit. Was really fun to watch. I like his movement. I like his character also. I'm a Clarence liker, you know. I'm Clarence enjoyer. But yeah, it was really good. I liked it, and also when he pops off, when Fnan pops off, we get like the joy of him winning. That's really, that was a good moment. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Obviously, I wasn't there, but UFA, all of the sets, especially, you know, top 8, top 32, sounded just electrifying. And again, going to game 5 against 10 quid was insane of you, Elfinan. Obviously, you took it over Hobby, took it over Midmol, but, you know, when it came to 10 quid and Hookon, you were close, but just not there yet. But I mean, again, just insane. But what's your favorite memory of an event, Elfinan?
Souls, right? Do we talk about Souls or yeah? So about Souls, maybe one of the things I was really hyped about him was I think not the last R2CS, but the one where when Alex played Galvan.
Yeah.
So So this one was really special because I think it happened right after the Molten Miranda War. And about this one, I saw Sauls, I think, playing against Nelax. I'm not sure about my memory, but he played Galvan at that moment, and it was really close. And at the game 5, and just right on the game 5, on the last talk, the last neutral, Sauls was off stage, and he played Galvan.
At a really low percent, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he cheated him. Just so you know, we were like, I think 6 or 7 or 8 maybe in vocal. We were screaming like, wow, what the fuck?
I think I might have commentated that set, I believe, because yeah, Souls, you took the set over Nalax, got 4th. Obviously, just below.
That was the best, maybe one of the best tournament that I did, and I'm really happy that I beat Nelax. That was really a big step up for me.
Well, I will say, I actually, when asking that, intended for you to answer for your own favorite moments of an event, but honestly, no, that was nice. Honestly, yeah. But from now on, I will specify if it's for yourself or the other. But yeah, no, that was really nice.
No, but if you want something for me that I did in a tournament, the one Fnan talked about is really good. I like it very much. This moment.
Yeah. Well, while on the topic of events and such, what actually drives you to compete, would you say?
I'm gonna go first. I think that competing is like somewhat a nature of mine, maybe, because I play a lot of games that is competing. Like I played Smash Bros Ultimate. I played a lot of other hard fighter games. Fighting games. Sorry, like I played a lot of Guilty Gear Strive. I played a lot of Street 5 and Street 6 also. I also tried Tekken, but I'm not good at it. And also I had a little bit of experience in Melee. But it was just like baby tournaments and low tier tournaments. That was kind of funny, but still tournaments if you think about it. But yeah, it's just in my nature. I think I like competing, and also when I have something to win, I'm well, let's say I'm more motivated, maybe.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, when there's, a prize or even just a title to hold over other people, it does.
Yeah, the 12 in pair just was the cherry on top,
Yeah. And Flan, what would you say makes you want to actually compete?
Well, it's a tough question because I played a lot of the game also, which aren't obviously fighting games. I also try to play competitive in Valorant also because I was pretty good at it. Also tried to compete on Call of Duty on Call of Duty Black Ops 6 when he came out because there's a lot of my there's a lot of locals in my town. So yeah, I tried everything I could, and I always had that dream to compete in a game, because it's also a feeling I love to feel. I love to feel every time I win. When I win a tournament or when I win someone who I consider really strong, who is like someone really above me in skill level. It's a feeling I could never get tired of.
Yeah.
So yeah. To be honest, we're also I love this game. So I did like I did every time I love the game. So I started to train a lot. Thankfully we have a lot of really good players in France, such as Metaben, such as Seeker when he was there, such as Souls, Pabu, and many more, really many more. So when I wanted to step up, I tried to use like everything I could to improve, such as a coaching session. I did also. I reviewed a lot of my games also. I watch a lot of top player content as well. So yeah. My dream and that feeling is what is the things that drive me to a tournament.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Well, and hey, to be fair, obviously I have actually already mentioned this earlier in the video, but you have a crowdfunding campaign for Evo. So yeah,
Of course.
I mean, it looks like it's going pretty well at the moment. Last I checked, it was at what I want to say 60% funded.
Yes, indeed. We are. We reached 62%, if to be more accurate, which is really cool, and I'm really happy. So once again, I'm really grateful, and I thank you a lot for just sharing, for just contribute to this campaign. So yeah, about this, I think most of people know, but Evo is the biggest stage a fighting game could be at. It's a dream for me to be at Evo. I started dreaming about it like 6 years before, when a French Smash YouTuber started to make the history of the 5 gods of Melee. So so yeah, I wanted to be also at that moment. Thanks to Bonol to me to thanks to Bonol. So yeah, it was also a dream to be there, to scream, to be an event at such a prestigious event like this. And yeah, at the beginning I couldn't think I will go there because of the price, because it's Las Vegas. I think we all know Las Vegas is pretty expensive. However, I have had a lot of factors that made me believe I could do the travel, which is as first I got a team recently who helped me for every travel I do. Thank you to Mistral. Thank you to Mistral. Thank you to my locals to help me also. And yeah, then I'm really this is probably the main factor that that made me think about this travel. So yeah, I'm pretty. I'm still like amazed about how many people supported me through through this campaign. Thanks to you as well. Thanks to the Rivals community, who helped me a lot with this. It's not finished yet. And it's not finished yet, but I believe I can we can go, I think, further.
Well,
Yeah.
again, I mentioned earlier as well that I've put the link to it in the description, so if anyone is interested in helping our friend Elfnan get to Vegas, then again, that link will be in the description. So,
Yeah. I didn't fund it as of now because I don't have money. But when I will get that money from my stage, my internship, I will instantly give you all of my money. No, that's not true because I just need a little bit of money back. But expects me from funding it as well very soon. So
Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I don't I don't ask anyone particularly directly, but you know, even just sharing it is a big help. You don't have to contribute
I'm
directly
gonna
as well.
contribute if you want or no, because I just want you to, because you know, it's my dream also, but I want you to have it. That
Yeah.
want you that to go to USA, go to Evo, and win the tournament, so that you can reimburse me.
You
Hell
see, this is why we made really close friends. This
yeah.
is how we made a close friend.
If anything sells, that's just a loan. You're just expecting. You just.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again. Yeah. More details will be in the description to Elfnan's Kofi. But until then, again, I really do hope that gets fully funded. As I've always tried to champion the fact that we need more interactions between the European and North American community. Obviously, we do sometimes have North American players pop by. I mean, we had Sofilo in a few weekly brackets about a month ago, a couple months ago even. But even then, having, you know, one of our best be sent over, it'd just be really cool. Obviously, we had, I think, Dia went to Genesis after RTCS, so yeah, more stuff like that would be really cool.
For sure, I agree, and I agree with you, and I agree with you. That's why, and this is why. So, if I go to Vegas, I'll engage myself to collaborate with North American people, so we can do an event that reunites both European and North American people. I don't know how it be created for and all of that stuff, but yet I will try to find something. I already engaged myself to do to do vlog of my travel as well. But yeah, this is one of also one of my main goal of my travel is to communicate with North American people. So we do something with them.
Nice. Well, until then, we've got just a few more questions, I believe, and then yeah, we are nearing the end of our show as a whole. So let's see. Let's see. What? When it comes to these offline events, what makes it seem worth it to actually travel to them. Evo notwithstanding, that is, obviously. So, stuff like UFA, like Morton Mirando, stuff like that. What makes you actually want to travel for these events?
First on this one, if you want, if you let me solve.
You can.
Well, I think everyone will say the same thing at first, which is meet the community, because when you go to a tournament for the first time, if it's like one of the first time if you go to a tournament, don't expect to win it already. Don't expect to be to do such to do a cool place. I don't know anything else, but try to interact with the community. Try to ask them to play, so again experience. An event is also a place to have fun. So you have to have fun also. You don't have to go. I mean, you want to win. It's a thing, but most of the case you are here. You are here also to take experience, to interact with each other. So it's pretty fun. It's maybe one of the biggest reason everyone should say to newcomer. But personally, travel. The travel means a lot of things to me as well. Just the feeling to go to another country, to visit it as well. If you go with one of your online friends, also you discover also new places where you never went. You only saw in videos, in pictures. It's part of the offline events as well. You will mostly interact with every community, because I don't think Werewolves in Europe organized an offline by itself, except Werewolves, who was mainly for Werewolf of Aether. But yeah, here there's for me there's like two main reasons.
Yeah. So, as of now, I didn't actually go to another country to attend to a different tourney, because like there is Molten Merendero, there is City Labs, there is the Arrival, and I didn't go to any of them because the travel is kind of expensive, and until now I didn't have any job, anything that could give me money. So I just attended at the tourney that was in Paris. So maybe like UFA, Dead Zone, and also of course the Taser, which is the local. So yeah, if you count these tournaments as a travel, well, it's kind of easy to go there, so it doesn't demand a lot of money. It's like always the same path for me. I take the train, I take the bus, and I end up here. I'm not very far away from Paris, so yeah, I'm kind of advantaged. But when I will get money from my internship, I think I could go for maybe an Arrival or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know which one yet, but I will try.
Yeah, well, yeah, I get that. I mean, I think when I started playing in the community properly, I could barely even get to London. I was in college still, so I get it. But yeah, honestly, if you ever get the chance to, and ever have, the resources to be able to do so, definitely, I feel like something like Arrival, which again is, Europe's main Rivals of Aether 2 event, I definitely recommend it. It's always a great time. And like Elfnan said, just the travel itself can be really nice. I remember in Rivals one day, I went to a different country for the first time for Rivals. I went to Belgium for Ghent Odyssey back in the day. And yeah, I could not recommend it more, but I mean, apart from that, I feel like we are at the end of our questions. So, with that, I did ask you to prepare this in advance if you wanted to. Do you have any questions for me? And if so, Elfman, I'll let you go first.
Oh, about you, I would say I don't have maybe any particular question to submit, but I would like to say just a big thank you for what you do for the community so far. You also a really good job. This interview, of course, is really cool. I know we are. I know we are like both morons, but you took time to interview us. So a big thank you for that. A big thank you for what you do. Also for the newcomers. I will never try to shout out the URAS also. If you are a beginner, if you are a beginner and amateur, try to come to the URAS. It was like. It's like especially designed for you guys. I learned a lot by going through this tournament. I learned a lot from the set I did in this tournament. So yeah, I will never stop to shout out to Hokuri and for all the work she did now. Big shout out to the other European tournament organizer, so they know their names. But yeah, thank you a lot.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah. I love what I do, and I'm not planning on stopping anytime soon. So, but apart from that, Sals, do you have a question?
Well, pretty much everything that Fnan said. I was gonna also say that you are a very good moderator, of course, because we need a moderator in the grind code and the European server. But also, the ERAS is like a really good tournament for the newcomers to come to play and to maybe get some games and to play with their level. It's really hard to find matches in this game that isn't people destroying you, We are like the community of tryhards. It's really hard to get in, but your tournament is really good for that, and I want to thank you for that. I just wanted to say also that thank you for selecting the France as the first interview. Because we are the best region, of course, and that you saw, and it's really cool that we are the first ones to get interviewed, because we have the most stories to tell, the most enthusiasm, and we don't like the it's just that I'm glad to be in this interview. Thank you for choosing me. Thank you for choosing me with Elfnan, because it's really fun to be with him. And yeah, thank you for everything that you do.
Yeah, of course. Wow. It's almost fitting that that was the last one of the show. But apart from that, yeah, again, thank you, both of you, for agreeing to do this. Most of all, at the same time. There's a timeline out there in the Infinite Cosmos where this went horribly wrong, but it didn't. It was a genuine blast to have you both. Apart from all that, is there anything you'd like to say to our audience? Any other shout outs? Anything to announce?
I just want to say that for every Aetherlus haters out there, my character is a lotier, okay? So stop telling me, oh, your character is bullshit, that should beat everything. I just want you to say that if you find it so much more powerful than every other character, why don't you play it? Huh? Yeah, that's it.
Put on anything?
So if I have to do maybe a special shout out to someone, I would say at first Metaben because he's the one who taught me everything since the beginning. I was of course hungry for the of the win, hungry to win some tournament, of course, but he carried me a lot through all the journey until now. Yeah, here we are now with Cells as the biggest Dun player, but here we are. Especially thanks to him, thanks to the French community, French rivals community, French Smash community as well, especially the southeast of the France. Merci beaucoup à la communauté de Marseille, de Nice de me soutenir, c'est super cool. I just say thanks in French. So yeah, especially thanks to them. They are all such a cool person, the kindest community I ever met. I've never felt most at my place than in this community. I don't know if I said it well, but let's pretend yes.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Alright.
So in that case, if Stan thanks everybody, I just wanted maybe to get the real things I want to say to everybody. So yeah, you talked about Metaben, who is your coach, but I didn't really have Metaben for me. But I had another coach, which is pretty different from Metaben, and this coach is Sharby. I want to thank Sharby for everything. Because he taught me a lot of things, a lot of bad habits that I had in my gameplay. Also, the mental state that I was in, and also he's like a really good player. So I played a lot of games versus him, and I get to have the matchup knowledge in the Claren matchup. I just want also to thank Digito, Yam, and everyone that organizes this tournament that I go to. For example, UFA, there was like only maybe Digito that was organizing it. Yam is the creator of the Tizer, who is the tournament that I go to every time it comes. And yeah, I just want also to thank Fnan for his participation on the community. He makes a lot of things, like a lot of dumb things, but cool things also. Like Phare. The Phare is the French rivalries. Yeah.
The French award rivalries I did, yeah.
Yes.
But what do you mean by bad things?
No, it's just that your openings for the Phare was really really cool. and really really high quality, but also a bit you know what I mean.
Alright. Well, yeah, again, thank you both for coming. Again, sorry we couldn't get you on live, thanks to my internet just not wanting any more French people on my computer, but
Finally for you.
yeah, I'll let you two go. It's getting a little late, so. But yeah, thank you again, and I'll see you both later. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
See you later. Have a good night.
Have a good night. Yay.
And with that, we have reached the end of our first show. I want to once again thank our guests for tonight: Matthias Wolfbreck, Kiam, Metaben, Gamer Pabu, Misi, and of course, as we just had, Elfinan and Souls. And with that, I would like to thank all of you for tuning in, whether it was live the other day. Well, obviously we had to cut off after the game of Pabu. Or if you're just watching now after this is released as a video, thank you so much for the support that you have all shown this. As you can probably tell, this part is not scripted, unlike the intro. I'm just gonna be rattling off for a little bit, so yeah. A huge thank you to everyone. I'd also like to give a huge thank you to Noelle of Rivals of Aether France for helping me in the days and weeks leading up to the show. They helped me to translate the announcements I made in Rivals of Aether France, and was just a huge help in general, always has been. So yeah, and again, I'd like to thank everyone that watched when we went live with this. Again, so sorry that it got cut out, but that was out of my control. Again, links to everyone's socials will be linked down below. You can also find Elfinan's Road to Evo drive in the description as well. I highly recommend contributing to that if you can, of course. But apart from that, if you are watching this close to release, soon I will be releasing another poll to decide the next region we look at. At the moment, it's going to be between at least the UK and Italy, maybe Germany, Austria, and Belgium. Other regions I'm considering. But if you have another region in Europe that you would like me to cover, feel free to leave that as a comment below, or contact me on Discord. As I said at the start of this video, make sure you subscribe so you know when the next episode releases, alongside any other events we decide to do. Yeah, follow us on Twitch, Twitter, Blue Sky. You can find those all at ROA Europe, and we have our website up there in the top left. Make sure to use our code in the Rivals of Aether 2 store, ROA Europe. You'll get some bonus Aether bucks, and a percentage of the proceeds will go straight back into the community. And with all of that nonsense out of the way, as always, I have been your host, Hukuri, reminding you, as always, soyez de bonnes personnes. Take care, everybody.